that this is the Board of Education, and we are in this space because this is the circumstance that we are in. We hope that one day we'll be able to return to in-person meetings, but for now, and I believe Commissioner Malloy is going to bring up that topic later today, but for now, this is where we're at, and for now, it is April 22nd, 2021, and time is 6:33. On behalf of the Board of Education, welcome everybody. We are blessed and happy to have you here. We indeed have our challenges, but one of our blessings and one of our gifts is that we have each other to work on those challenges together. And that's what today is about. It might get into the minutia. There might be some stuff that you don't get or understand because there just isn't all the time that we'd like to have to explain everything. But that really is what today is about. Us as a board, with the superintendent, the independent monitor, and all the staff their faces that you see, of course, Dr. Nelms, Dr. Myers-Small, and the Board of Education, and all the people that you don't see. The Board of Education is thankful that you are here to join us in this effort to make this district everything that it should be. So without further ado, what we do at these meetings is we give people the option. That's the wonderful thing about the American way. We begin our meetings citing the Pledge of Allegiance. Those who choose to join us in standing can do so. That's the great thing about this country. And those that choose not to can sit down and spend the next 30 seconds contemplating how you will contribute to the district's success. So for now, I'm going to turn my monitor over to my flag here in my office. You see Frederick Douglass is right there hanging out with the flag. What you also see by there's a little piece of woodwork of Frederick Douglass done by one of our students. So I'm blessed to have that. So again, if you choose to join me in the recitation of the flag, please feel free to do so. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice, say that again, and justice for all. All right, we got a very full schedule, and the first thing I know we have to do is we have to approve just the minutes for the public hearing, which was dated April the 8th, 2021. Can I get a motion to do that?
Motion.
I heard Commissioner Adams is seconded by Commissioner Clark. All those in favor of approving those minutes for the public hearing dated April the 8th, 2021, indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
I think the ayes have it, Madam Clerk. And I would just remind my colleagues, please make sure, and I think everybody has done that, please make sure that you turn on your cameras when you vote. Next item on our agenda is, I almost forgot, Madam Clerk. You told me not to forget. There has to be, because the board started this practice a few months ago while we were in COVID, a description on occasion of upcoming events that are sponsored by the district and or the board. So Madam Clerk, will you communicate to the community the things that are on our agenda that are in our immediate eyesight for the next week or so?
Yes, I will. I'm just going to share my screen really quickly. So coming up, just want to let the public know that we have on May 4th, well, firstly, there are no meetings next week, no board meetings for the last week of April, I'm sorry, because the board meets for 4 weeks of the month. And so for the 5th week, there are no board meetings. So we'll pick back up in May with the policy governance meeting. It's not on the screen right now, but for those of you who are waiting for the Code of Conduct hearing, that will take place on May 6th. That is a Thursday, and we do encourage persons who are interested in talking about the Code of Conduct and changes that have happened to that document to please sign up by calling the board office or by sending an email to the board's email, boardofelucation@rcsdk12.org. After that, we'll have a series of committee events taking place on the 11th and the 18th. And then we will have a PD session coming up there on the 20th. I think I skipped one, which is May 10th, which is one of the biggest meetings, which is slated for budget adoption. So for those of you who have been following the budget proceedings, we encourage you to tune in. That night, there will be no public speaking, but the board will convene to vote on the 21-22 budget. And then we'll have an audit meeting on the 25th of May, and we will have our employee recognition program. And that is something I wanted to highlight as well. On May 27th, we'll be recognizing employees of the district for 25, 30, 35, and 40 and over years of service, as well as those who will be retiring during this year. And then we'll have our business meeting following that program. So we encourage you to join us on our website or on our YouTube and Facebook pages to watch these events. And you can also check out where events are on our Board of Education calendar on the website as well. It's just the website /BOE calendar. And then we are recruiting for parent reps to our committees. So I do want to encourage members of the public, if you are interested as a parent or guardian of a district student, please check out our website at the website /BOE parent rep to find out how you can sign up to become a parent representative to any of the board committees. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I do want to emphasize that I know the board staff has put a lot of work into a variety of projects, particularly the project related to recognizing employees who've been in service for this community and this district for many years. I want to, on behalf of the board, thank the district staff, the board staff, and the district staff that are putting that program together, because we couldn't do this work without the folks that have endured the blessings and the burdens of working for this district for many years. So we, the board, and of course our superintendents, thank our staff that is putting together this recognition. This is really vital work that they are doing, which is the work of recognizing the work of others. So we thank our staff, and we appreciate the work that you're doing in that area. You folks will have to excuse me. I did miss an item that we usually do at the beginning of the meeting. And this is an important duty that we have. We usually begin our meetings with an act of reverence after the Pledge of Allegiance. And there's all kinds of reasons to have a moment of silence. There's been tragic loss of life throughout the year that we've experienced as a result of COVID. We've lost people in uniform, and we've lost people who are not in uniform because someone in uniform murdered them. We've also lost colleagues and friends and family members. I do know that we've lost a colleague in this district, and there's just not enough time. We call it an act of reverence reserved in a couple of minutes of our agenda. And to do it for 2 minutes or a minute is just not enough, but we're gonna give a minute or 30 seconds just so that people can fill their mind with nothing but our support and prayers for all those people who we as a board wish we could hold them and embrace them and the tragedies that have befallen them over the last year, including as recently as last night. So I ask that you join my colleagues and I in a moment of silence for all those folks who you know, and maybe many that you don't, sending them your best thoughts and prayers. Thank you very much. We appreciate you spending those few moments doing that. Next item on the agenda is speakers. Madam Clerk, I understand we have just one speaker.
Yes, we have one speaker tonight. Her name is Irina Ciro, and she is a parent of the district. She'll be addressing the board regarding the budget. So I'm just letting her into the room now. Irina, are you with us?
Yes.
Wonderful. Whenever you're ready, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, thanks so much. Dear members of the Board of Education, thank you so much for letting me address you this evening. I'm a parent of a 4th grader in the dual language program at AMDA School Number 12 and a pre-K student at Asbury Daycare Center. And what I'd like to talk about tonight is that the budget details that have been made publicly available so far do not take into account the approximately $228 million that RCSD will be allocated under the American Rescue Plan pandemic relief bill that was passed this March. Yet it seems to me that this is exactly what we as a community should be discussing. It's a staggering amount of money that could, if handled well, be transformative for the district, both addressing such long-term issues as academic achievement, special education compliance, and fiscal solvency, and in fostering our collective recovery from COVID. Given the disruption to student learning that occurred last spring and the online-only format of schooling last fall, and given the trauma our students have incurred this last year, there have been significant learning losses that I urge you to address through summer learning opportunities, tutoring, mentoring, and social emotional learning programs. Such supports could really make a difference in addressing long-term academic achievement issues that the pandemic has exacerbated. But as parents, we have yet to hear any details on what summer learning opportunities might be available for our children this year. Certainly this and other federal funding should be used to bring not some, but nearly all students safely back into the classroom in September, whatever the distance restrictions are. The district should now have the funding to support frequent coronavirus testing, temporary learning spaces, and additional staffing for hybrid teaching. Most importantly, I would like to see the district productively engage parents to learn what our priorities are, as I'm sure that they differ from family to family. It would be a shame if this money is spent on bureaucratic priorities rather than addressing what we as parents feel are the most urgent needs of our children. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Urena. We appreciate you joining the board tonight and sharing your comments.
Thank you so much.
Of course. President White, we had 4 persons also submit public comment tonight, and those can be read on the website. Once you visit or board docs site, you can read all the comments that persons have submitted for the record.
Just for a quick refresher for those watching for the first time or those watching previously watched, what is the process for signing up to speak or to provide a written submission?
So persons in the public who are interested in signing up to speak, please call the board office or email boardofeducation@rcsdk12.org by noon of the day of the meeting. And you will just need to indicate your name, your affiliation, so whether you're a parent, a student, or community member, and then also indicate the topic that you'll be speaking about. Or board staff will answer that, and they will let persons know when a Zoom link has been provided so that they can enter the meeting to speak. And if you also are interested in submitting public comment, you can send that to the same email.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. I just want to do a bit of house cleaning. I had the occasion to revisit our bylaws, and I had the opportunity to remind myself that when a person is absent, the bylaws actually require that I note the absence and then request if there is any objection to the absence being recorded as valid. And that's what I'm doing right now. And I think you heard our clerk say, and if you didn't, I will inform you, our vice president is not feeling well this evening. And so she found it difficult to attend tonight's meeting. I know she would be here if she could. So unless there is any objection, I will record her absence as valid. Commissioner Powell?
When you say valid, you mean excused, a valid excused absence, right?
Yeah, the better term would be excused. Yes, so is there
just
any
if I understood what you were asking for. Thank you.
Sure, absolutely. So is there any objection to the absence being recorded as excused? There being none, that's how it will be recorded. Thank you very much. Next item on the agenda is our advisory council reports. Ms. Simmons, I saw your face there in the Brady Bunch screen. Are you there with us in person?
I am. Hello.
Hello.
All right, I will get started. Hello, everyone. My name is Anaya Simmons, and I am the president of Student Leadership Congress. And this is the official report for Student Leadership Congress's latest meeting on April 21st of 2021. On our agenda, we had introductions, a spring sports update, a senior capstone project, human capital department presentation, the superintendent's forum, president announcements, and open dialogue. This meeting was led by the MBK Fellow and 2020 Monroe graduate Yavanel Cross Torres, as I had a family emergency to attend to. At this meeting, we had representatives from World of Inquiry and Northeast College High School in attendance. We encourage all high school principals to reach out to student leaders within your school community and bring them this opportunity to them. As an opening discussion, we discussed our feelings around the verdict of Derek Chauvin's case in the murder of George Floyd. The Congress acknowledged that while this was a much needed accountability, there is still much work to do nationally as well as locally to correct racial injustice. On this call, Dr. Cotto presents the options for spring sports this season and their starting date, which was this past Monday. Right now offered is boys baseball, boys tennis, girls softball, girls tennis, co-ed, outdoor track, and more that you can check for at the RCSD website, which is www.rcsdk12.org. Dr. Cotto would also like to later acknowledge student athletes who were able to make the All Greater Rochester accomplishment for their previous seasons. Maya Waller, a senior at World of Inquiry High School, was able to share her senior capstone project, which was creating a document walking students through creating and leading their own professional developments for teachers and educators. During her time, she explained the importance of student advocacy for teachers in creating meaningful learning experiences. Maya has offered to go to specific schools and support them in creating teacher professional developments and presenting her plans to other student bodies before she graduates. Anyone interested can reach Maya at 890-204-529 at rcsd121.org or wallermaya@gmail.com. Dr. Chris Miller of the Human Capital Department discussed their team efforts to recruit and make the district staff more diverse and is working with local universities to do this. His team is focused on rebranding the Department of Work to improve their services to better represent the students and families of this district. Dr. Miller also explained his project for giving more resources to schools. He hopes this project will encourage students to become teachers with the district support and resources. During this presentation, he also explained the development of affinity groups with the district to support staff with their individual cultures, creating a more transparent and vibrant school environment for school communities. The last thing Dr. Miller presented was the upcoming development of Rochester Urban Fellows Program, which he will explain as it gets more developed. During the superintendent's forum, Superintendent Myers-Smalls spoke about 2 policies she would like to approve upon. She asked for student input on the development of a transgender policy, which you will hear soon more about, for our district, as well as student excellence regulation. Hoping to finish this initiative of the student excellence regulation by June 30th, all student feedback will be given to the Congress in the May meeting. For next school year, the reopening plans are continuing forward as planned by offering in-person learning 5 days a week. Superintendent is making sure to keep all families updated in the loop about the rollout for next school year. The superintendent is also requesting student feedback on the allocation of funding from the government's CARES Act. During the meeting, Yabanow introduced my idea of hosting a candidate forum for the upcoming election, impacting the seats on the school board. This forum would allow students to see running candidates of this year's election in a question and answer formatting. The Congress was receptive to the idea. The host also introduced the idea of creating meeting times and dates changing the meeting times or dates for the Congress's meeting for next year as it conflicts with many student days away from Zoom and sporting commitments. This will be a separate conversation to make sure all voices in the Congress are heard. Dr. Jordan also suggests the idea of a community building day, such as a Saturday retreat for the Congress to continue our values regarding community building. This idea will be explored upon a later date as the Congress was receptive to this idea. Elizabeth Reyes, the Director of Student Support Services, talked to the Congress about contacting students for topics such as social justice and civic engagement. Ms. Reyes also returned to the May meeting to follow up and continue the discussion with the Congress. Dr. Ricky Frazier was reminded the Congress about the event on May 5th from 3 to 4 p.m. that will feature Joshua Richard McFadden. Mr. McFadden is an artist that will be displaying his work on social justice that will be occurring over Zoom. Desiree Garrick of East Upper High School and I met with Dr. Cotto and was able to propose a spring sports planning committee. The committee will consist of spring athletes meeting to figure out key ideas of how to safely bring back athletics. This would give student athletes a chance to be a part of spring sports as well as increase district athlete communication. I have recently been selected by the Council of the Council of International Educational Exchange, CIEE, to go to Lisbon, Portugal, and study world government for 3 weeks. This trip, I will be exploring the Parliament and the European Union headquarters in Lisbon and meeting with the European Union parliamentarian. I will also be getting acquainted with the domestic and political systems of Portugal, among other things. I was also awarded a Global Navigator Merit Scholarship covering most of my trip fees. Any support is appreciated. President White, at this time, I have no comment on the following resolutions. On behalf of the students, thank you and happy Earth Day.
Well, let me just say, I see a number of commissioners just smiling, the superintendent smiling, staff members smiling. What an accomplishment. I'm not even going to press the applause thing. I'm going to just, that is absolutely amazing. My goodness, your family must be so proud. And of course, your district family is very proud of you too. That's just, and the other thing I think I can safely say on behalf of the board, we've had some really good student reps, some really exceptional ones over the years. But I gotta tell you, I gotta speak the truth. You just are very comprehensive, you're organized, and we've had some really good ones. So you've just really, and I see a couple of my colleagues smiling. It's the truth. You've just done an exceptional job representing our students, and we're just very, very proud of you. And when is the trip gonna take place?
This will start, I'll actually have to leave early July, and I'll be there
Wow.
for the entire month of July.
That's just, I don't know if any of my colleagues want to ask her questions. And when are you coming back?
I come back at the beginning of August.
Wow, that's, and you'll still be our student rep?
Hopefully, the election for SOC will be around there, so yes.
So we will have lots of questions for you when you come back. Does anybody have any questions for her now?
Yes, I had one question. I wanted to know.
There's a few of us with our hands up though.
Oh, I apologize, Commissioner Clark and Commissioner LeBron. I didn't look at, I was just so overwhelmed with being impressed with her. Commissioner Clark, I apologize. Let me go through the stack. I see Dr. Myers, Commissioner LeBron, and Commissioner Adams, and then I'll get to you, Commissioner Clark. I apologize, that's my mistake.
No, I've already.
Superintendent Myers, I saw your hand was raised.
Right. I just wanted to say, Anaya, that if it means anything, I am so incredibly proud of you. I watch you in just your efforts, and you are incredible. You really reflect what a student should know and be able to do. And you just go beyond that. And so I just wanted to give my personal congratulations. And I have extreme admiration for what you have already accomplished as a high school student. And so I can't wait to see what the rest of your journey is going to entail. It's amazing already. So I just wanted to say congratulations, and just one slight modification to your report. Both the transgender and the educational excellence are regulations, because that's what I have control over. So I just wanted to make sure that that was clear. But I absolutely want and value the student feedback as I move that forward. Thank you.
Thank you for both the correction and your support.
You're welcome.
Anaya, actually 2 things. I know you just requested some support. So if you can give us your Cash App and Venmo, we can also promote it and put it out there on your behalf. And I know myself and perhaps some other commissioners can also promote it within their networks. So certainly we'll support, but I also want to let you know, and I was planning on letting you know tonight, that I'm going to reach out to you. And I just got your email because I want to invite you to the Play in Education convening that we've been working on. And I don't know if you saw the Kaboom, the project, did you see the drafts for the Kaboom Park on Grand Avenue yet?
I haven't actually.
Okay, I'm going to send you that too. So I'll shoot you an email and we'll be in touch. But if you can please give us your Cash App and Venmo or other ways to donate to you, that would be great.
Yes, I will
Thank
definitely
you.
do that. Thank you so much for your support.
Yes, ma'am.
So that's all I had my hand up for, is to find out how can I donate. Me and my wife donate to you. So make sure you get that information to me.
We'll definitely do that. Thank you again for your support.
Commissioner Malloy. Commissioner Malloy.
Commissioner Clark was before I was, but I defer to him.
Okay,
Go
I
ahead.
was just reading the list, but whoever wants to go first,
Go
Commissioner
ahead.
Clark, I'm sorry.
Okay, thanks. No, I just wanted to indicate basically what was said already by Commissioner Adams. I really want to support you, so please let me know what I can do to support you. I know we're neighbors, so all you got to do is let me know.
Will do. Thank you so much again for your support.
Anaya, congratulations to you. I just want to say I'm so proud of you. I've watched you grow up and you're just blossoming and you're amazing. So congratulations and let me know how I can support you.
Thank you again, Commissioner Malloy. I love all of you guys. I can't even express how grateful I feel to be a part of this community.
Let me just suggest, if you don't mind, this work will work better for me. Email me your information about how I get to your Venmo account or whatever. Do it. Please send the information directly to me. I don't know about how the rest of my colleagues feel, but a direct contact would. It's a way in which I see Commissioner Clark raising his hand. So please, and you have my email address, so please email me directly, because like my colleagues, I would like to support you as well. So again, congratulations, and thank your they may be watching, but thank your family that has supported your education and your dreams and your effort, because it is really reaping wonderful benefits, not only for you, but for the district. As our superintendent said, you do us proud. You represent the district and what we are capable of helping students accomplish. So thank you for being that wonderful example for us. Okay, next item on the agenda is, I'm told the Bilingual Council does not have a report today. Is that right, Madam Clerk?
That is correct,
Okay,
but you do have the Parent Leadership Advisory Council.
I see that. We do have a report. I believe their secretary is giving that report today, because the other officers are not available. Mrs. Hetherington, is that right? She here? Oh, there you are.
Hi.
Sorry, Rebecca.
No problem. Thank you. And it's a heck of a thing to follow Anaya, so it's a new congratulations. So I'm here to give the plaque report. We had one of our biggest meetings ever last night. So my name is Rebecca Hetherington. I'm the Secretary of Plaque. So the meeting last night, we highlighted some parent voices in the fulfillment of foundation aid conversation, as well as the progress of the parent engagement plan that's going on with the Office of Parent Engagement workshops. The ELA department gave a presentation on parent empowerment within ELA, and we've opened up the possibility for parents to sign up if they have an interest in participating and having communication with some of the departments to give feedback. And we've started the process of opening that line of communication. And then we also were lucky to have a presentation by Deputy Superintendent Martinez Davis and members of her staff that spoke to the September plan. And both discussions had a ton of questions and we got a ton of answers. So we're going to be putting together an FAQ that'll be just a running question and answer for parents to be able to submit questions that really only administration could and should be answering. And then we'll have that on the plaque website. We are in the process of reaching out to the Student Congress so that we can support students' concerns and invite their parents to plaque as well. And we're also working on setting up a meeting with Dr. Black to discuss summer school and the direction that that's taking and how parents can best support that as far as getting in the conversation before final decisions are made, which has become a principle of plaque, is that we really want to see parents as in seats as decision makers at the table with the people who make those final decisions, to make sure that both the students and the parents are heard. And then we are also beginning the nomination process for president, vice president, 2 recording secretaries, and a parliamentarian. Myself, Kenyon, and Sasha have been placeholders. and are happy to do the work, but we are excited by the number of people that are interested in taking on leadership positions within the parent group, to the point where we are also looking into a liaison committee, which will help to communicate from the schools and parents directly to administration and questions and concerns that come up. The only qualifications to serve in these roles include you can't be an employee of the district, but we do ask that you have been to or watched at least one plaque meeting, and that you certify that you've read the bylaws. And just to reiterate, every parent of a student enrolled in the Rochester City School District is invited to become a plaque parent. We meet the third Wednesday of each month, and right now it's all via Zoom. And our next meeting is May 19th. So you can feel free to reach out directly to plaque, P-L-A-C, at rcsd121.org. And thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight.
No, thank you. On behalf of the board, we appreciate you updating us, and it is a welcomed message that you bring. We thank the administration and the parents for reviving our parent engagement effort at the district. Many board members will recall we've struggled a bit as of late trying to make sure that we had an organization that could represent all of our parents. And obviously from your report, the board is very proud that you're doing that in an exceptional way. So thank you for that effort. Next item on the agenda are board reports. Mine is going to be relatively short, and I'll begin by saying that I want to thank members of the community, district staff who passed by that food basket. Many of you may recall a few weeks ago, I asked for your permission to participate in an effort to raise food stuff for our military and other community members during the time of Easter. These were Easter food baskets. And we are very, very fortunate. We have a very generous community and district staff. This organization called United in Healing Through Hope in Monroe County, as a result of your contributions, raised and put together over 1,000 food Easter baskets. That's an incredible effort on the part of this community and this district. And it follows a long tradition. I'm proud to say a very long tradition. We have collected spoons for people in Haiti, diapers for people in Florida, ties for students in Leadership Rochester, and the list goes on and on. So I'm very appreciative, as are my colleagues, for your contribution to this effort. And finally, to my colleagues, I was successful in reaching out to Dr. Malik Muhammad. For those of you who don't know, we've retained him to provide some support and assistance to the board in terms of working together as a team and collaboration. A number of board members and district staff, leadership staff, indicated that they thought the 2-hour period that we were allotted, I think it's for the 29th, was not enough. I was able to contact Dr. Malik Muhammad, share those concerns, and I will just tell you very briefly, and we can talk about it at some other time, but he believed that 4 hours would really be pushing us in terms of the stuff that we would have to discuss. And his experience, he thought 3 hours was a better amount of time. I'm going to rely on his experience in this area, and we'll shoot for 3. I will provide you additional details as they come along. I'm not asking even for a straw vote on this because I assume most of you would agree that his experiences in this area is better than ours. And so we'll go with 3 because he thinks that's best. He does believe that there may be a need for follow-up, but for now, he's agreed that we will go from 2 to 3 hours. And our clerk, she's just finding this out for the first time right now. We'll provide you the additional detail later on. You've had my schedule, nothing fantastical in it, it's just the standard stuff. And that concludes my report. Next, unless there are any questions, let me go to the participant list, make sure I'm not missing any raised hands. Participants. Yep, okay, it looks like there are no raised hands. So we'll go on to the Equity and Student Achievement Committee report. Our Vice President is not available to deliver that report. There is a written report. Our clerk has provided me a copy of that. She will make sure that everybody gets a copy of that. And so it'll be submitted for the record. And for those in the public space that want to read what's happening in the Equity and Student Achievement Committee, they can get that on board docs. Next up would be our Finance and Resource Allocation Committee report. Commissioner LeBron.
I'm pulling it out. Give me 1 second.
Sure.
And then actually I have to jump off and then I'll be back. Finance Committee convened on Tuesday, April 20th, 2021 as Committee of the Whole via Zoom video conferencing after the third and final budget deliberation session for the budget season. The Finance Committee's discussions during the meetings focused on a variety of topics and several discussions were entertained. The May 2021 Finance Resolutions Review and keeping up with our new practice, the committee reviewed a series of resolutions with fiscal ramifications that will form part of the May resolutions packet. CFO Pierce led the committee through the March 2021 financial report and noted that a budget amendment would be coming in the form of a resolution in tonight's business meeting. And the committee received the quarterly change order report for January through March 2021 submitted by the Facilities Department. The Finance Committee recommends the approval of the district's unaudited March 2021 financial report and the quarterly change order report for January through March 2021. Can I get a motion now for those two?
Motion.
Motion. Thank you, Commissioner Malloy. Sorry. Is there a second?
Yeah, second.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Board Clerk, did you record it?
I got it. Thanks.
Thank you. Finally, it should be noted that the discussions in Tuesday's deliberation session highlighted that several questions remain regarding the proposed 2021-22 RCSD budget. Tonight, Superintendent Meyer Small and CFO Carleen Pierce will be providing an update regarding any potential changes to the budget, as well as the clarification on proposed revenue and expenditures. Following this presentation and during the new business section of the meeting, I will ask board members to weigh in and provide their reflections on the proposed budget. This will allow for the development of a cohesive board memo, which will be sent out to the administration to prepare for the budget vote on May 10th. The next Finance Committee is May 18th, 2021. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Commissioner LeBron. Next up is the Governance Committee report from Commissioner Malloy.
Thank you. Good evening. The Governance Committee met as a committee of the whole on Tuesday, April 6, 2021. I just want to extend a quick public thank you to President Van White for leading this meeting with so little notice. I unfortunately fell ill prior to our meeting and was unable to attend. I did watch President White walk through my planned agenda though, and I just want to again offer my sincere gratitude. So thank you for that. Our topics that we discussed during the meeting included a review of the new Grants Awards report. Executive Director of Grants and Program Accountability, Carrie Picor, addressed the committee to advise on a new report, which is now being generated for board review. This action is a requirement of the State Monitor fiscal plan. During the presentation, Ms. Picor shared, and I hope I'm saying her name right, is it Mrs. Picor or Picor? Ms. Picor shared pertinent information about the district's usage of grant funds and its revenue percentage in the budget. She also shared details on the new awards that have been awarded for the 2021 fiscal year. Following this, she advised how the report is structured and detailed the kinds of information that board members can expect to see in the report. The Grants Awards report will be provided quarterly to the board moving forward. The April meeting also featured a discussion on a return to in-person board meetings. We'll be discussing this later tonight. District Clerk Wade and Acting Counsel Carleen shared the most recent information regarding allowances for virtual board meetings during the pandemic and some potential considerations if the board were to resume in-person meetings. So this conversation is ongoing and logistics are currently being discussed between the board and district personnel. This evening during our new business section, I would like to take a straw poll of my fellow or of my board peers to see what individual board members are comfortable with in this regard. This information will be crucial as the planning for in-person meetings continues. The last topic discussed related to the 2021 board meeting calendar. During the meeting, District Clerk Wade shared the projected board meeting calendar for next year based on our current calendar planning practices, and she highlighted the state monitor plan recommendation that calls for board consideration of meeting reductions. Following this, the committee engaged in initial conversations around what it would look like if some kind of reduction strategy was implemented. In response, President White offered to further explore the ideas raised in follow-up meetings with committee chairs, which were held last week. This topic is also ongoing, and proposals raised during the committee chair meetings are anticipated to be presented and discussed in the next governance meeting for full board consideration. So our next governance committee meeting is Tuesday, May 4th at 5:30 p.m. And that concludes the governance report. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Malloy. Any questions for Commissioner Malloy? Let me go to my participant thing. I don't see any questions. All right, so we will move on to Commissioner Powell with our policy committee report.
Thank you, Mr. President. The policy committee report is submitted onto board docs. It's in the member only section for now. I think it'll be made public right after this meeting. We met as a committee of the whole on Tuesday, April 6th. The first item on the agenda was an update on the policy manual review. For the public, the current status is that we have completed review of all of the special education policies. We are waiting feedback from both CPAC and Cabinet on 3 of those policies, but and the review of the whole special education policy packet will be done on in the May policy committee of the whole. Second agenda item was a presentation by our general counsel, Steve Carling, on the changes to the code of conduct, which has been through many, many months of review by both our constituent communities and Cabinet and the union representatives and so on. The public hearing was rescheduled to Thursday, May 6th at 5 p.m. Persons wishing to speak can sign up right up until noon on Thursday the 6th. For more information, you can go to rcsdk12.org/COC forum. That's COC for Code of Conduct Forum, FORUM. Next item on the agenda was a discussion of our board bylaws. There is a technical fix that needed to happen. Mr. President, I have a resolution that we could walk on if the board is willing to waive the policy 2410 requirements for information item and discussion item. The reason I would advocate for that is that the sooner that we get this to its final stage, the sooner we can consider the next round of bylaws changes. We do know that Commissioner Elliott has, in its most generic sense, wanted to advance some changes to board roles. So I ask, would you like to take up a walk-on resolution now, or should we wait until new business?
I was going to wait until new business, but it doesn't make a huge difference to me. Do you have a particular feeling about it? Any board member have a particular feeling about it? Commissioner Powell, did you want to do it now since the conversation is fresh?
I can do that for you. The resolution is in board docs, but for those who don't have board docs open, The clerk has the resolution. Would you like me to read it or have the clerk read it?
Madam Clerk, can you put it on the screen as she reads it? Thanks.
Yes, give me 1 second.
Sure. For those of you who are watching, the board has rules about when a resolution can be presented. There's usually a requirement for a certain amount of notice. Commissioner Powell is asking on this particular resolution that that requirement be waived. Now, we would have to essentially take 2 votes, 1 to waive the bylaws and 2 to vote on this particular resolution. So why don't you go ahead and read it for us, Commissioner Powell? Wow.
Thank you.
Yep.
Whereas the Policy Development and Review Committee of the Board of Education has received and has recommended to the Board of Education the amendments to Board Bylaws Policy 2300 in accordance with Board Policy 2410, formulation, adoption, and amendment of policies. Therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education hereby amends Policy 2300 Board Bylaws as set forth in the policy filed with the clerk of the board and incorporated by reference herein, and repeals the prior version of the policy, which was adopted by resolution number 2021-220 and 221 on August 27, 2010, and directs the clerk to update the Rochester City School Board Policy Manual accordingly. That is the resolution. It is it's a one-word change, or rather one number change in the bylaws. So
I have one thing, Commissioner Paul. Usually it would be fine to vote on it right now, but you need a 2/3 vote, and I know that Commissioner LeBron is out and Vice President Elliott. So if we could wait until new business when Commissioner LeBron is back, then you'd be able to do it at that time.
That sounds fine.
Good
I
catch.
guess that pretty much dictates the agenda.
Yes.
But we don't need a 2/3 vote to waive the requirements, do we?
No, not to waive the requirements of the formulation and adoption policy. So you could do it now and then vote on it during, yeah.
Could I put that motion forward now, Mr. President?
Absolutely, to change the policy.
To waive the requirements.
Waive the rule. Right, yep.
I'll
Go
move
ahead,
it.
make that motion. Commissioner Clark has moved it. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second. All those in favor of changing the requirement indicate so, the timing requirement indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, did you record an affirmative vote?
I did.
Okay. Commissioner Powell, let me just say this. Madam Clerk, if you could just keep an eye out for Commissioner LeBron, because as I understand it, she has a number of commitments today. Her schedule is kind of, I think when I had spoken to her, heard her talk, that she had to go back and forth to a couple of meetings. So just because she returns doesn't mean that she will be around. So when she comes back, if I don't catch it, let me know, and we'll call that resolution at that time so that she'll be free to go back if she has to. I just seem to remember her saying that she had a number of different obligations and commitments today, and she was going to do her best to participate fully in the meeting, but I want to catch her when she's back, okay?
Yes, will do.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Powell.
That's fine, thank you. Anything that expedites this process. The last bullet in my report is that the Policy Committee did approve the changes that I recommended to Policy 2410, which merges it with 2 other policies and a regulation. That policy has been forwarded out of committee, and it can go through our 3-step process with an expectation of it being voted on in the May business meeting. Our next Policy Committee of the Whole will be Tuesday, May 4th at 5:30 p.m. And that concludes my report, Mr. President.
Any questions for Commissioner Powell? Going to my participant screen here. I don't see any, Commissioner Powell, so we'll move on to our superintendent reports. As it's written on the agenda, I have Superintendent Myers-Small going first, and then I also have Superintendent Nelms. Do you guys prefer to keep that order? Is that how you want to do it?
That's fine with me. I'm ready to go.
All right, well, go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, President White. Good evening to all of our commissioners, to our staff, and to those who are viewing our board meeting on YouTube or Facebook. Tonight, CFO Pierce and I will co-present information and updates on the board. And I certainly appreciate the public comment relative to providing certainly information and updates. And I think many of what she is concerned about will be addressed this evening. So the budget is the vehicle by which we, meaning the administration, the district, the board, communicates our values and our vision for the Rochester City School District. It signals a deep commitment to our mission, our vision, and our scholars, and certainly sets the priorities for how we will grow and ensure that we have increasing student achievement. This year, we instituted what we called a bridge budget development process, which allowed us to reach a balanced budget. The guidelines that are provided in this document incorporate the parameters necessary to achieve a balanced budget, as well as take into consideration all of the priorities that are identified very specifically within our strategic plan, the independent monitors, academic and fiscal plans. Let's talk about our future process for just a moment relative to the budget. It will be more inclusive and provide greater opportunity for input and feedback from multiple stakeholders. It is our profound desire to develop an annual budget that will achieve our vision through the identification of system-wide needs and the allocation of all available resources, including people, programs, supplies, and facilities. We are looking forward to a budget process where we continue to focus on and support thoughtful and responsive teaching, engaged and challenging learning, and continually raise expectations. With that, just brief introduction, I'll introduce Carlene Pierce, who serves as our Chief Financial Officer, and then I will complete the second half of the presentation. CFO Pierce.
Thank you. Good evening, President White, Commissioners, Superintendents, Dr. Myers-Small, Dr. Nelms, Dr. Jallow, and our entire RCSD community family. It's an honor to be here this evening and an absolute privilege to serve all children of RCSD. We'll start this evening by going back in time to March 23rd, when we first presented our draft budget to you. On that evening, we presented to you a balanced general fund budget in the amount of just over $841 million. The combined aggregate balance budget was just shy of $980 million. It needs to be stated that we have a great deal of respect for Dr. Jallow and her assessment, as well as Commissioner Rosa's reiteration of the fact that the budget we presented that evening was too heavily reliant upon what was then known as the COVID-19 supplemental stimulus funds. However, it was the best budget we could bring forth with the conditions we had to work with at the time. To explain, on that evening, we presented to you this revenue chart, which reflected the fact that we needed to utilize $71 million of the $87 million in COVID-19 supplemental stimulus funds in order to balance the budget. That was an undesirable situation to be placed in, because we are all fully aware that that source of one-time funding is not to be utilized for normal operating expenditures, and yet that is exactly what we were faced with given our current structural deficit. Again, as a reminder, a structural deficit is when normal operating expenditures exceed revenues. Today, the story is much different. As we all know, given what's occurred both at state and federal level, we are so very grateful to our legislators for all that they did in behalf of our children in increasing our foundation aid by approximately $40 million. Similarly, we are very grateful and anxiously awaiting the American Rescue Plan grant money. The foundation aid increase, coupled with the realignment in the usage of our current existing CARES money, allowed us to completely remove the need to rely upon the COVID-19 stimulus money, which is now referred to as CRSA. The next slide specifically shows the movement in revenues from March 23rd to April 22nd. So let's walk through this slide line by line. On the first line, you're going to see the state aid increase. And again, that's the reflection of the foundation aid increase of $40 million. You're going to see the removal of that $71 million in the CRSA, which was back then known as the COVID-19 stimulus money. So again, now that money will be moved over to special aid. You will see that we removed any reference at all to the RAN because again, just to remind you, we will not be going forward with a RAN in this current fiscal year. So we saved money on the expenditure side, and also any premium that would have been attained on the revenue side has been removed as well. We did confirm the fact that we would indeed be receiving additional $6.2 million in charter school supplemental aid. We made an adjustment in the federal Qualified School Construction Board Bond Act, which is again just a reclassification of revenue coming in. It's a rebate, and we will not be receiving as much as originally anticipated. We do have an increase in our building aid, and you will see the return of the federal stimulus money of CARES coming back into the revenue side of the budget, as I mentioned previously, as we realigned the need from 2021 to 21-22 budget years. And so you'll see an increase in that revenue line of $23.3 million. So again, the total general fund revenues that we're presenting this evening would equate to just over $840 million. The end result in a side-by-side easy comparison is now reflected on this slide. So now we move away from the revenues and we go through the same exercise for expenditures. This slide represents the expenditures as presented on March 23rd, and the next slide reflects the expenditures as of today. So again, April 22nd. It's clearly evident that under the leadership of both of our superintendents, a tremendous amount of work went into the reduction of the non-instructional expenditures so that an increase in the instructional expenditures could be realized. The $6 million increase in instructional expenditures from March to April will directly benefit our children and are in exact alignment with the academic and financial plans. This movement will start us on the path of attaining equity in education for all of our children of RCSD. We've come a very long way since March 23rd. In addition to the numerous positive changes to the general fund budget, we've also seen a positive change in the special aid fund, where we recognized, as Commissioner Malloy just mentioned, the awarding of 3 additional grants since March 23rd. The aggregate increase in that fund now is $6.5 million. Tonight, Superintendent Dr. Myers-Small and I present to you for your consideration the 21-22 proposed aggregate and structurally balanced budget in the amount of $985 million. I'm turning it back over to Superintendent Dr. Myers-Small.
Thank you, Carlene. And hello again. So let me provide a few budget highlights. Starting with the strategic plan. We have instituted an RCSD district-wide comprehensive assessment tool to make sure that we are increasing proficiency in ELA and math in grades 3 through 8. This is per the state monitor academic plan. Additionally, we are purchasing additional textbooks for all 5 academic areas, which include ELA, mathematics, science, social studies, and world languages to support the new New York State Next Generation Standards. So that's another shift we've made in the state of New York, and align curriculum implementation per the K-12, per the state monitor academic plan. We also have included allocation of money for professional development for teachers on the hallmarks of literacy. We have spent a lot of time discussing chronic absenteeism and conducting presentations to the Board of Education. We have allocated money to redesign MTSS, which is multi-tiered systems of supports, to ensure the components of the related SEL and attendance are addressed, monitored, and interventions are put in place. We also are collaborating with IMNT to create a data dashboard that includes alignment of chronic absenteeism with state reporting, which will allow us to move much more quickly and expediently. We're also endeavoring to implement consistent systems and structures for school attendance teams to use when they're reviewing the data on a weekly basis in order to implement tiers 1, 2, and 3 for implementation in MTSS. Another area is we have to have a focus on increasing the percentage and numbers of students with disabilities to that LRE or the least restrictive environment. So we are moving forward to make sure that we are providing students with evidence-based interventions, including positive behavior supports that also addresses chronic absenteeism, as well as restorative practices, which is embedded into the framework of our school district. Additionally, we are going to be implementing professional development for functional behavioral assessments, or FBAs, BIPs, which are behavior intervention plans for school administrators, and both special and general education teachers. Additional professional development for our school-based administrators and assistant directors related to CSE meetings, conducting program reviews for current 812, 15-1, and 12-1-1 classrooms of students who are working towards either a local or a Regents diploma. Additionally, we are having an increased focus on parent engagement of students with disabilities. And so we've increased parent engagement in our Zoom meetings. That's something that's happening right now. Our electronic communications, we have a special education support line, attendance at parent community organizations, and I'm very pleased to share increased professional development for parents and caregivers through our Parenting University. Budget highlights for the strategic plan, and you can see there are 4 big areas that I'd like to highlight. It's next generation standards, fortifying social emotional learning and restorative practices, consent decree compliance, as well as New York State special education and bilingual corrective action plans and compliance. Those last 2 bullets are really critical because we have outside monitoring of those areas from the New York State Education Department, as well as through the legal system. So I've talked a little bit about next generation standards. We have allocated a little over $1 million to purchase resources and textbooks for all 5 academic areas. We're continuing to work to align curriculum, implementation, and this again is per the state monitors academic plan. So you'll hear over and over again that I talk about that's either in alignment with the academic plan, the fiscal plan, or the strategic plan. We hear a lot of public comment, and we certainly are concerned about the social emotional needs of our scholars, pre-K through 12. We're proposing to allocate $885,000 to strengthen MTSS, to increase trauma, illness, and grief training for staff. And unfortunately, just this week, we have had an increased need to have a reliance on those resources to support students, to support staff, and to support families. We're increasing professional development opportunities for restorative practices training, as well as implementation of cultural responsiveness. And additionally, we're fortifying social emotional learning and restorative practices by increasing with 6 ROC restorative team members. The consent decree, if you remember a few months ago, we conducted a training on this. So we are allocating a little under $400,000 to add 2 additional associate directors and 2 additional clerical positions. This is grant funded, so we were able to shift those funds. 5 bilingual contingency positions to address growth and compliance with the consent decree. And 7 teacher FTEs are needed to provide content instruction to L students with disabilities as the need arises to avoid gaps in compliance with commissioners' regulations, Part 154. Additionally, the bilingual corrective action plans, we're allocating to support SIFE students or students with interrupted formal education or inconsistent formal education, to late newcomers and subgroups with the highest L dropout rates, which includes an increase to ENL and bilingual coach positions. Now to the academic plan. $4 million approximately for updating district curricular materials, textbooks, and assessment tools. And I've spoken a little bit about that. I've also mentioned previously to ensure that we strengthen the program evaluation arm, because we need to ensure that we understand the effectiveness of the programs that are in the Rochester City School District. And so the Office of Accountability has taken an approach to develop and expand capacity within the department. And the major goal is to improve the quality of education for children in grades pre-K through 12 in the Rochester City School District. We need to expand summer school, approximately $3.1 million, and we plan to offer multiple seats across 20 programs and sites. Many of these seats will be for students who are in receivership schools. So those are our lowest performing schools in the district at the elementary and secondary level. We also will differentiate our summer school programs to ensure that we're serving students with diverse education needs as well as our secondary students. I've mentioned multi-tiered support systems, or MTSS. We've included $300,000 to continue to develop a framework that helps educators provide academic and behavioral strategies for students with varied needs. And then finally, professional development. We're continuing the work of updating all of the K-12 materials that support curriculum, because this has not happened for a while, as well as instruction and assessment. This includes ensuring that teaching and planning materials are aligned to the next gen standards, that teachers will have strong unit and lesson plan examples, as well as formal assessment and suggestions for determining student progress. The financial plan and our priorities there, as Carlene shared earlier, we are proud to share that we are eliminating the revenue anticipation note, or what we call RAN, so we will not be seeking one. As you recall, last year, the $85 million RAN was sought, and in prior years, this amount was $50 million. Why the elimination of the RAN is so important is this will save us over $1 million in interest payments back. So that is huge for us. And as stated in the financial plan, it is imperative that we improve our IEP processes. In doing so, our reimbursements will be improved upon. So that's the importance of upgrading our special education management system. So what's on the horizon? Certainly, what are things that I'm thinking about, and what are our team thinking about? There are a few things there. If you'll go to the next slide, please, and thank you. Certainly, the declining enrollment and right sizing, our data and the academic plan state that we do need to reduce our footprint to accommodate fewer students. So that translates to developing staffing levels that align with enrollment at each school level, and to apply to the extent possible the contractual formulas for staffing. We will continue to review and evaluate vendor contracts to ensure that any contract that we have between the Rochester City School District and another entity certainly has value added. We will continue to ensure that we address the priorities and the recommendations in all three: the academic, the strategic, and the fiscal plans. And we will develop a plan for feedback with multiple stakeholders, with the CURSA and the ARP funding. What I want to just be really clear, certainly with the board, and I know most commissioners, if not all, know, but the public might not know, we do not have all of the direction and the information about how we can specifically spend the money. We are certainly very grateful that the Rochester City School District has those opportunities, but we don't have all of the information, and it's our understanding that we should have that by the end of next week. So we will work together and we will come back to the board to talk about next steps. We've done some initial thoughts, and we have done some really good thinking, and we've begun to lean in, especially around things like learning loss, culturally responsive education, et cetera. But we really need to have the final determination of what that entails. And so we look forward to engaging in that dialogue. Just a few other things as far as good news, with just updates and exciting news about some of our staff, our students, and alumni. As you know, I announced that for next year, it is our goal to return on September 8th with 5 days of in-person learning. Families have to choose remote, and they must do so by May 7th. You can contact your current child's school, or you can use the Power School Parent Portal. And we are working hard to make sure that we get this word communicated out. Just today, Deputy Superintendent Martinez Davis was on Poder to connect with some of our Spanish-speaking families. We are tweeting. We are really working to get the word out. We've been working with the mayor's office. We really want to ensure that everyone knows about what their opportunities are for next year. It is our hope that, if not all, that most of our students certainly will choose the in-person 5-day option. And so we're excited about that possibility and welcoming more students into the school district. Again, this is following the 3 feet of social distancing. We continue to be updated about the New York State Department of Health and the CDC guidelines, and that certainly influences how we move forward. And certainly if all restrictions are removed, then we can go back to pre-COVID learning in the Rochester City School District. Again, I want to reiterate, if families want their children to take part in the 100% remote learning starting in September, they must respond by May 7th. And just a reminder, by making this decision, parents are committed to having their children learn remotely for the first semester of school, which ends on Friday, January 28th, 2022. Let's now honor our music department. I'm very pleased to report the district has been honored with the 2021 Best Communities for Music Education from the NAM Foundation for its outstanding commitment to music education. And we won in the midst of being remote for most of the year. This is the 3rd consecutive year that Rochester City School District has received this nationwide distinction. I am so proud of the exceptional work done by our music teachers and the department, as well as our scholars. This award is a testament to the unique opportunities that we provide to students and the wonderful collaboration that we have with the greater Rochester arts community. I know personally that arts education is so vital in a child's education. Personally, I began playing the violin in 4th grade and then switched to playing a double-reeded instrument, the bassoon, and not the baboon, President White, the bassoon, because that's what most people call it, it's a baboon. But I have such a joy of music, and so I'm so grateful that we are able to provide those opportunities for our students. There was an amazing story on Channel 8 late last week highlighting the efforts of 2 teachers at school number 4 who were highlighted because of this national recognition. So congratulations to our Director of Arts, Dominic Pickard, and our music department and all of its teachers. I have a current student and then an alumnus that I will recognize. Taikita Thomas, who is a sophomore at Rochester Early College. Wait till you hear this. She has been selected to participate in a study abroad program where she will learn Mandarin Chinese in Taiwan and student the diverse culture of Asia. The program she will be enrolled in will emphasize rapid language acquisition by combining in-class instruction with a comprehensive cultural program. That sounds so amazing. She will be enrolled at the Chinese Language Center, where she will also take classes daily with local and international students. In order for her to gain a deeper understanding of the culture, she will participate in culture enhancement and community service activities that will include trips to historical and cultural sites and allow for interaction with local community members. Taquita grew up in Spanish culture and is fluent. I'm not fluent right now, but she is in Spanish. Mandarin will be her third language. And so I want to certainly congratulate Taquita on this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Larry Holmes, our alumni spotlight. He graduated from then what we called Wilson Magnet. It's now Wilson Commencement. He won both Coach of the Year and Co-Coach of the Year for women and men's tennis at Norfolk State University. Your Rochester City School District family is extremely proud of you. And just Larry is a former student of mine when I worked at Wilson. So I am so proud of Larry and this huge accomplishment. That, President White, I know it might have been a little bit long, concludes my superintendent's report, and I continue to be honored to serve in the role of superintendent, and thank you for all of your individual and collective support of the work that we're doing to move forward together now.
That was worth every minute that you utilized to share all that information. I especially, and I know my colleagues did as well, like how it ended. It's always good to share the good news of the good work that our employees are doing and the fruit that is being born as a result of that. So thank you for sharing all the news, but particularly the very good news at the end. We appreciate you putting that together. I do see that there are some questions. I see Commissioner Powell has her hand raised.
Thank you. Madam Superintendent, the presentation you gave on the budget, towards the end, you gave some specifics about increased FTEs to support academics. Can you give us a little bit more specifics on the changes to the attendance initiatives? Are there additional FTEs being assigned to support that function?
So I'll start by talking about the professional development aspect, and then I'll ask Deputy Superintendent Martinez Davis to further address that. I just want to go back to my slide. Just give me just a moment, Commissioner Powell. I apologize. So for the MTSS, that's multi-tiered systems of support, we are ensuring that we have certainly additional ways to review the data and to ensure that it connects to SEL. So we're looking at interventions, we're looking at systems and structures as far as a data dashboard. And then additionally, as I said, the consistent systems and structures for school attendance teams. But I'd have to ask Deputy Superintendent Martinez Davis if there's additional staffing that's attached to that.
Yeah, good evening, President White and commissioners. There's no additional staff to attendance in particular. We are adding through grant funding to TOSAS to help us with the MTSS work, the multi-tier support systems lift of that work. But for the attendance office, where Elizabeth Huffer, who you all have met many times, she's presented many times, there will not be an addition of FTEs for her office.
Thank you for that answer.
Mm-hmm.
I see Commissioner Adams has his hand raised as well.
I was wondering, I I didn't hear a particular amount in reference to allocations for restorative practices, the PD, professional development. And I'm just hoping that we're heavy-handed on that, because I do hear people still using zero tolerance language around the district. You know, I've heard people say out their mouth, we're not tolerating this, we're not tolerating that. And so I just think we should allocate heavily when we talk about, if we're going to be a restorative district, we really need to be restorative. It should not be so optional. And I have one other, before you respond to that, next week, like when you get some guidance about any more federal funding, I just would like for you to keep in mind about the students' request for better food.
Absolutely. Thank you, Commissioner Adams. So I'm sorry if I might have glazed over it, but we're allocating a little under $1 million to fortify social emotional learning and restorative practices. So training as well as rock restorative, but I know Deputy Superintendent Martinez could speak to that better than I could.
Yeah, thank you. So not rock restorative, but restorative practices is a mindset. So we are going to be allocating funds for professional development to continue to grow our rock restorative programs and the training, so that we start changing the mindsets. It makes me very sad to hear that we still have staff using that language. So we have work to do. We have allocated funds to continue the training. And we have about, right now, we've added on general fund and also on grant funding for restorative practices. And we are restoring one position that was previously cut in last year's budget for the restorative team. We are restoring that position back to fortify the team.
I don't see any other questions being raised. So I think that concludes your time before the board in terms of your report. Thank you very much, Dr. Myers-Small, again, for the good news. I was remiss, I should have said there's great news from you and Carleen also about the budget too. And we appreciate everyone's work on that end as well. So thank you very much, Carleen, to you and your staff. The board, of course, extends its greatest appreciation, because this year could have ended totally differently.
It could have.
And I have to double check with our clerk. I did draft a letter of thanks to our legislators in Albany and Rochester. There was only one suggested change. I have not followed up on that, but I don't think the letter has gone out yet.
No,
but,
it hasn't. Next week, I think, is the slated time to go out.
Okay. So, but in advance of that, on behalf of the board, let me, and anybody, any legislator, assembly person, or senator, and also to the folks in Albany that represent us, Jill DeBrand, Schumer, Joe Morelli, and again, all of our electeds in Albany. I know sometimes I'm not confident whether I speak for the board on every issue, but on this issue, I know there is great thanks and appreciation. Not only for the federal dollars, but also for our legislators in Albany finally stepping up and doing what for decades people have been asking them to do. So on behalf of the board, you will be getting a letter of thanks as well. All right, Dr. Nelms, the floor is yours.
All right, good evening, everyone. We did not align our presentations, but you're going to see some similarities between what Dr. Myers-Small presented and myself. Just want to, again, thank the community for supporting the work of all of our students throughout COVID. I had a chance to meet with some students this week, including taking one digital colleges tomorrow, and they are all saying that they completely understand how difficult this has been for staff, and they appreciate it. So to all the teachers out there and support staff, administrators, your commitment to our kids is being noticed by them and their families. And it's ironic that we're talking about the ending of school right now. It seems like we kind of have been on day one for about 10 months. So as we wrap things up, you know, we are also focusing on reopening school next year. And we are continuing, both Dr. Myers-Small and I, are continuing to coordinate our efforts with the county superintendents to ensure that there is, equity in our school reopening plans. And, the CDC and New York State guidelines change often. And sometimes right after we get done making plans on a Thursday, they're changed on a Friday. So we're hoping that things go smooth for September. We hope that as many students who are 16 and over will consider getting vaccinated. I think it's something that we need to talk more about. For those who want to be vaccinated, there are a ton of vaccinations available to the community starting at age 16. My daughter just got her first shot and she's waiting for her second. As she enters college, some colleges are mandating that students be vaccinated. So to our college seniors, who are planning to go off to college, check with your local college, university, or the college that you're attending to see if there is a vaccination requirement for September. That's going to be extremely important. We have a ton of vaccines available to help you make that transition. Next slide. Athletic updates, and a note to all students, as was shared with the student report, there are a ton of sports being offered and we want to encourage kids to sign up. And we have, at one point, we had about 70% of our kids participating in one or more sports at East, and we want to continue to have that number climb. And so please, please, please remember to sign up for your sports, get your physicals, and be prepared to contribute. It's been a great season. This Saturday at 1 o'clock, our boys football team plays in a playoff game at Irondequoit. Our girls volleyball team is playing tomorrow night in the playoffs, and our boys volleyball team as well. So there's a lot of postseason competition happening, but baseball and those other sports started up last week. And so there's a lot of kids doing a lot of cool things. And I encourage all students to participate across the district in the sports that your teams offer. The next slide. This slide here has really been something that we've been working on at East. We often hear comparisons between schools and districts across the state. And, I think this framework here, this kind of data and bright spot might help us to reframe how we think about schools. I mean, if we're honest, we know that when you look at district performance, Rochester is definitely improving, but we're not at the point where we want to be. I think that's something we would all admit. So it makes no sense for us to argue among schools that are still performing below other schools throughout the state. What I would rather us do is to think about how do we define the data. On the left, you'll see the academic performance, and perhaps doing a 5 to 6 years trend analysis with some data points. These are not all inclusive, and look and see where schools are doing incredibly well across multiple data points, and then trying to replicate, identify what systems and structures led to that at each of our schools. I think that's a much healthier conversation for Rochester than to compare schools, especially using 1 year data or 2 year data. That's not trend analysis. I mean, anyone who is familiar with data knows you have to have trend analysis, trend data to see how the inputs impact the outputs. So I'm encouraging us as a system to really think about the performance of our schools. There are so many great things happening throughout this district that we can all learn from one another, and having it tied to a data point and seeing how that has trended over time, and then looking at the systems that caused it will allow for us to replicate, and also for us to target our dollars in meaningful ways. And you saw a lot of those examples in the previous presentation, how dollars will be used to strengthen some of these key performance areas. But I am eager to hear about the other data spots throughout the district so I can lean into those principals and those teachers and those support staff members to see exactly what they did, so we can lift all boats. On the right side, you'll see other school culture considerations. We know, at least at East, we figured out that nothing happens unless kids are in the seat, nothing happens unless kids are attending school, and nothing happens until parents feel safe with sending their child to that school and learning environment. And so what are some of the school culture considerations to look at? Staff transfers and around different mobility and structures, enrollment trends, attendance, not just the average daily attendance, but also chronic absenteeism and period by period. Are there certain classes and certain teachers that kids aren't attending? Are there certain classes and teachers where kids are overwhelmingly attending at higher rates? What is that teacher or teachers doing to cause that type of growth? And again, that's a long list. I'm not going to go through them all. But including in that list is some of the behavioral supports that are offered, similar to what Commissioner Adams mentioned, restorative practices and how do you structure the building and in the master schedule to do that. So this analysis will allow us to not only understand the bright spots, but to think more strategically around how do we use our master schedule to highlight and to emphasize the areas that work well, but to also provide space for those areas that we have not done well, and then align our dollars and our systems and strategies for addressing them. So I'll leave this with the board, just things to consider as we look at long-term data. This is just some examples. I know I was asked previously about the 6 through 8 ELA and math data. And so I just shared this, this slide to kind of help the board understand why trend data is so important. So if you look at the 2014-15 pre-EPL, that's the year before we began, this is just our first 4 years. This is just an example of what it looks like. Our demonstrable indicators for schools in receivership is you want to see the yellow, the light green, I guess, and the dark green. You want to see those numbers increase, and you want to see the red get smaller. The red would be kids who score level 1. 2s would be the kids who are working towards proficiency, and that's in the yellow. Green would be, you know, kids who reach a 3, and the dark green would be ones who reach a 4. And you'll see, like before the EPO, there were no kids in green, and you can see those, that yellow and dark green and light green, dark green, and yellow get larger, and the red gets smaller. In math, you see it on the bottom in ELA. So what I'm suggesting is that before we just throw numbers out as a system, that we really think about how and to what extent do we get there? Where are some of the gaps? Where are some of the opportunities? For me to proclaim that we have fixed the ELA and math problem at East with all the red that's there would be false. And for me to compare myself to a school where I had 2% in 14-15 and only 2% in 18-19 scoring a level 4, that's not the type of data we want to score, especially when I know my colleagues at 2 miles from our building are those numbers are completely opposite. You might have 8% in the red and 58% in the green and light green. So I just want to help us really think about and be careful the message that we're sending in the community when we are discussing school versus school, and we're all trying to get better at this work. And I think this creates a collaborative environment instead of a competitive one. And that's something that I know Dr. Myers-Small and myself are committed to. It's been far too long since that's occurred, and we're committed to doing that. So it's in all of our interest to kind of reframe and to refocus and to lift off ships. Next slide. This would just be an example of some of the data that we've collected. I know this board has seen this before, some of the older board members, but this was just like one way of looking at like your freshman academy and upper school, looking at the credits that are attained. When we talk about the number of freshmen who pass from one grade to the next, 9th to 10th, those kids being more likely to graduate. You see pre-EPO, that number is around 49%, and now that number is around 80%. That's an indicator that we can figure out why is that. At our 9th grade academy, we have a lot of social emotional support assigned there, 2 social workers, 2 counselors, because we know we got to get those kids through and to move forward. I don't think that would be wasted money, but that might be something that we consider across the district if it works. And so I think as we think about some of the interventions, let's be thoughtful and share that information. You look at the on-time rates. On-time means we know when the kids are supposed to take the exams. So math in 9th grade, science, 9th grade, global 10th, US history and government, that's USHG in 11th, and English in 11th. The data would say, wow, they're making some progress, but what is that 28% happening in 2018-19? Why did that dip off? Why is it so low? Those would be questions we would ask. And I would say because that's the year in which the students were able to use their CTE requirements in place of a history exam. And so because we have 6 CTE courses, less kids took the exam. And so again, those are questions. If I just shared that and someone said, look at your US history exams, you know, what's happening at East, without understanding that perhaps CTE is something we should have in all of our buildings because it gives kids a different pathway and that we could spend our money to expand that. These are conversations that we're having as superintendents across the county, and we got to be able to have those within our district as well. Again, incredible principals in this district, incredible leaders in this district, great staff downtown, great staff at East. Together we can figure this out, but we have to be collaborative. We'll continue to do so. And I said on Tuesday, Leslie's staff has been engaging meaningfully. And again, in some cases for the first time in our 6 years. So I really appreciate that. And I know that sounds like a broken record, but it's more symbolic than I think people really think and know that the teachers are willing to, I've heard people say, we were not allowed to engage with you in the past, or we and I don't hear that anymore. Like people are saying, what do you got? We're asking, what do they have? And it's definitely moving towards a consistent and collaborative team. The next slide is something that Commissioner Elliott requested. I know she's not here tonight, but I'll get this to her. She asked about graduation rates. As you know, I don't send those projections out, even though Van beats me up about it every year. It's an ongoing joke. I'm gonna give a range where I think we are. So we have 181 kids in our cohort. We know between freshman year and senior year, 18 kids decided not to continue for whatever reason. We know those kids out, work with them. Some have gone to Job Corps. Others, of course, have made some decisions that kick them out of school and into other systems. We have 30 students right now who are struggling during COVID. We know as seniors, depending on how they do, we're on top of them. That rate could move from 73 to 82% right now, about in that range. So, of course, you want to go for the higher end. But this could be the first year we actually see a slight dip in our graduation rate. And that's simply due, it could be, hopefully not. But we know that COVID has not worked for many kids. And that's why we have to continue to stay steadfast with those kids from 2022. So when I hear Dr. Meyer's presentation about summer school and looking at unfinished learning, like this is all the plan. These are our data points are telling us that kids have not done well, and kids may struggle next year if we're not being strategic and proactive. And that's happening across the district. And I hear that from our principals who attend the principal meetings in the city. And I hear that from principals in the city who reach out to our team as well for advice around master scheduling. On a positive note, the next big thing as far as seniors, as a pop who has a daughter who's a senior, last year was tough for them. They lost their ball, they lost their sports season if you're in spring sports. And so we're going to try to do what every district is doing. It's a monumental task. And I know that there's a few emails going around about it. There are districts who are allowing proms, some are allowing no guests. The CDC has made it really, or the New York State has made it really difficult to have a prom, but our kids are so focused on trying to have one. So we're gonna do the best we can. And I explained to them, there may be kids who go out and get their hair done and get their dress or their tux ordered, and they might test positive and they can't come into the event. And I don't know if it's better to cancel the prom or to tell a kid on June 4th, that they can't attend on June 5th, So kids are gonna have to be tested and they have to stay safe. But again, we're all dealing with this and we're all trying to figure it out. We wanna give the kids the best experience. We also wanna set them up for false hope in their senior year. So we're working through those details and we'll continue to communicate those. The Monroe County superintendents are sharing their plans with us and us with them, and we'll try to make it the best situation possible. But please know, it is not guaranteed. The CDC rules could change in a given week. I saw a district today who had to pull some. Brighton had to pull some events because of the COVID scare. And that's again 3 miles away from us. So we just have to be cognizant and be honest about our ability to provide some of these experiences. We have our graduation date. Just note to the board that is the day of the board meeting. I apologize, but that's the week of graduation. As much as I love having these conversations, I would much rather see the seniors across the stage. We're going to have 2 times on the football field, 5:30 and 7:30, and then a rain date the next day. I believe there's 1 or 2 other schools in the district that are also using the facilities. We're trying to share across the district. The field there was set up last year. It worked out really well for our seniors. A lot of lighting, a lot of sound, and those things. So again, just continue to collaborate on getting our kids the best experience as they exit. And then the last side, I want to really thank, we had a very generous donor who volunteered to buy all the caps and gowns for our seniors, to buy yard signs for the seniors and a senior gift. He and his wife realized that, a lot of kids weren't able to work because of COVID and families have financial stress. And so they found a way to support these students. So I thank them for their generosity. And there are a lot of people in our community who are trying to do things in various ways. This is one of our donors who've donated over the years. They have an affinity for helping students at East. And the last slide is just a thank you. Things are happening well here. And I wish everyone a wonderful weekend. Hopefully the weather warms up a little bit so we can get out of this snow and hopefully in some shorts and we can relax, because it has been a stressful few days for a lot of us. And I know many of us needed a day to detach and to re-energize. So I wish you all a happy weekend and thank you for listening to my report.
Any questions for Commissioner Nelms, Superintendent Nelms?
I had a question.
Yes, I'm sorry, Commissioner Malloy.
Okay, I might have missed this because I had to step out briefly to be with my kids. Were there plans for summer school for East?
Yes. So, yep. So we are working with the district, some of our kids who attend. So it's a financial decision, a structural one. So for kids who need like one course of math, it doesn't make sense for us to hire one teacher to do one course when the RCC has a program. But there are funds available to schools in receivership to plan summer learning experiences. So, for example, in lower school, it would be less content focused and more skill based, because those are the issues that by kids not being in school, some of the reading skills and some of the inquiry skills will be developed. There'll be some content, but it will be more of a learning experience for kids. They may take and do inquiries based on big topics that involve science, math, and history, as opposed to just going for 7th grade science. And then for high school, those would be more content driven, simply because, I'm sorry, I just saw your email, Kalia. Those would be more content driven because those kids need those credits for graduation. So the answer to the question is yes, there are funds available, but it'll be fluid and it'll be based on what students need.
Great, thank you.
Superintendent Myers-Small.
Yeah, this is not to Dr. Nelms. I just forgot one thing. I wanted to thank Carlene and her team for Herculean efforts. This was no easy task to when we started together in the summer to get to this point. And so I would be significantly remiss if I did not publicly acknowledge Carlene and all of her team in finance and budget who worked miracles to get us to this point. So Carlene, I wanted to publicly acknowledge you in front of the board and those watching. So thank you. And she's helped Sean out a little bit too, so just a little.
Yeah, 6 o'clock in the morning on Sunday. I'm like,
right.
Who was texting me at 6 a.m.? I have an idea. I got an idea.
She's famous for that. Yes.
All right. So I don't see any other questions or comments. I do have just a couple quick comments. I know Commissioner Powell had raised a question. It probably was submitted to the question log. I don't need it answered today, but I do want to make sure we have follow up on that about the investment that the district has made at East. And are we getting a return on that investment in terms of replicating the curriculum that has been developed there? If there were some doubt about the effectiveness of that curriculum and that approach, Dr. Naum lays out the progress that has been made in ELA and math scores. No one is standing on the deck of the ship and saying mission accomplished, but clearly that ship is moving in the right direction. And as Commissioner Powell pointed out, we've invested considerable sums of money to make that effort happen there. We realize, of course, that staff are making it happen, but the board and the district and the taxpayers invested heavily so that we could develop something that would just not benefit the students at East, but rather would benefit the rest of the district's community. And again, looking at this from sort of the long game, 4 years, instead of just 1 or 2 years, the evidence seems to suggest, and I suppose we could dig a little deeper, seems to suggest that what they're doing over there is working. Now, that's not to say it's not, there are other schools where it's working as well, and I pointed that out yesterday, but Dr. Nelms presents to us some pretty compelling data that suggests that what they're doing over there is working. And I'm not saying this to pat the board or the taxpayers on the back, but we made that investment, as Commissioner Powell pointed out. And we made that investment, anybody who was around, knowing that East, and I quote from 4 or 5 years ago, was an incubator for best practices for the rest of the district. And so please make sure that question gets answered in the question log, because we want to make sure that we're not spending additional dollars. Everybody's talking about being frugal with our dollars. This is the time to do that. We have a reason to do that. So please, I saw our clerk nodding her head. Please make sure that question gets answered thoroughly and comprehensively, because we don't need to spend money if in fact what Dr. Nelms is saying is correct. And again, I want to emphasize, I know there are other schools that are doing things equally well, and I have been a champion of replicating them. It's just that I have not been able to get a superintendent to replicate SOTA. to push Albany for another consortium school. There are other schools that are doing really well. And I'm just speaking for myself in this particular, I am a champion of replicating them. But if what East is doing is working, we spent a lot of money, as Commissioner Powell pointed out, to make that happen. We ought to be replicating it. And then the other question I had, and this wasn't a question log question, but I think I submitted it to the clerk, or Leslie, I might have sent it directly to you. There is, as Dr. Nelms pointed out, there's been a lot of conversation in the digital world about proms. And one of the equity questions that has come up, and I don't know if this is true or not, but I think I did ask a follow-up question. There are people saying that the suburban districts are having proms, and they're saying city schools are not. I don't need it answered now, but I think if that's not accurate, if everybody's operating under the same rules from the state of New York, I and my colleagues need to have that information. So when somebody says, and I don't know if it's true or not, the suburban districts are able to have proms and we're not, I need to be able to respond to that. And so I don't know if Kalia, I sent that to you, or whether Leslie, that was an email that I forwarded to you. I know I forwarded it to somebody. I'd like to have that answered, because equity is constantly a question in this community. And we talk about a child's prom, which is probably the most important thing for our students at this particular point, and their parents, or someone's telling them white people or suburban people are having proms, and children of color or poor children or people who live in the city are not. That's something that I want to be able to say with confidence that's true or that's not true. And if it's true, I want to know, how do we fix that? So I don't know if anybody can provide any kind of response to that now. It'd be great if you could, but if you can't, I understand.
Sure, I can. And if one or more of the chiefs want to come on, we had a conversation and I asked the chiefs to work with each one of the respective principals who have high schoolers in their school to ensure that the CDC guidelines, right, and that they're followed. So it's a school by school decision. And I've never chimed in on prom before, but I realize this is unique being in the midst of a pandemic. So each school might be doing something differently, but the schools are where each school chief has been working with the school principal to determine what that, not only graduation, but whatever that event will be, whether it's prom or if it's some other senior celebration. But chiefs, if you wanted to add to that, I'm fine.
Good evening, President White, commissioners. Yes, that's exactly. We're meeting with the principals. They're coming with their ideas. They're meeting with their students as well, and I think that's been the big part for this, is to ensure that we have some student voice in what those senior events are going to be. So they're working with us, their schools, and their school community to find meaningful events for their seniors as the year ends.
And just in addition, that all of the schools will be doing some type of senior activity as well as graduation. So they all will be having an event to recognize their seniors.
And I will leave it at this, but I got to tell you that, and I appreciate the need to have principals to have the discretion to do what they need to do. They are the leaders of our schools. The problem with that approach could be that kind of discretion leads to observations of arbitrariness and capriciousness, and people will say, wait a second, how come all these principals out in Brighton, and I don't know, I'm using Brighton as an example because that's where I went to high school, are having proms and we're not? No offense, Commissioner Malloy, right? But I think when we start doing that and we don't ensure that each principal goes to what is a lot, perhaps this could be a standard, goes to the statutory or regulatory maximums. When you give principals the opportunity to be flexible, and people are already saying suburban schools are getting more than city schools and we're falling behind. My concern is if you give that kind of freedom, and I'm all for freedom for principals, but that could lead to the kind of arbitrariness and inconsistency that people point out when they talk about inequity among suburban schools and city schools. So, what if city principals are more cautious? It's rational, but they're more cautious, and they decide to not take it to the state regulatory opportunities that they could. But the suburban schools, the principals or their central office is allowing that. And this is rhetorical. Is anybody not concerned that when you allow individual principals to make these kind of individual calls, that people will look at us and say, wait a second, why aren't our children? I don't know if anybody's concerned about that, but I got to tell you, being a civil rights attorney, that's the kind of arbitrary, I use that phrase because that's what they use in the courts, arbitrary and capriciousness. When government acts in a way that cannot be logically explained consistently, that's when people have red flags about discriminatory conduct. And I wonder if central office ought to have some standard by which you measure and ensure that students are getting the best opportunity to have this once in a lifetime opportunity.
Well, I guess I've never said whether that every single school is going to have a prom or every single school is going to have a homecoming this or that. I think student voice is very important. So if the principals are working with each respective school and their student body, and they say, we want to do a dance, we want to do a prom, we want to do this, or we want to do that. I'm not saying that every school has to have a prom. If every school lands, that's what they want to do. But I've never, in the, previously being at 8 years, I didn't say you absolutely have to do these particular senior events, right? And so I have just been very explicit. I just want to make sure that the guidelines, just as Dr. Nelms is working with his folks, we just want to make sure the guidelines are followed and that they are able to adhere to them. And if they come up with a plan that is cogent and aligns with it, we absolutely will support that with whatever additional things that we need to do. But I'm not going to, make every school must have a prom. If that's not what the school wants, I think they'd be very frustrated if I said that. Some of our seniors have not seen each other and they may want to do something differently. I'm fine with that. And I support that. I just want our students to be safe, whatever it is that they decide to do in their senior year.
Fair enough. Thank you for that comment. I think that should make some people understand how you view this in a just and appropriate way. You're looking to people to make the decision. Commissioner Adams.
I was trying to get some clarification about did we get 40 million allocated for foundation aid? I didn't really see it in the report. I didn't notice in the report. What's that with that?
What's what? I'm sorry, Commissioner Adams. What's what?
40 million seems from the state for foundation aid.
Mm-hmm.
Where did we use that?
We did. I'll ask CFO Pierce to come on. Some of that, remember at the beginning, she said we had too much of an over-reliance on using some of the stimulus money. So we were able to shift some of that, but I can have Carlene go into a little more detail. She said we had
yes, it was an exact swap out. So what we did was we used the foundation aid to come into the budget in the form of revenues. And we were able then to remove all of the COVID-19 stimulus money, and it went over to special aid. So that freed that money up. And so now we do not have a reliance upon the COVID money, the CURSA money. It's now been replaced with foundation aid. So it was a swap. Does that help?
Good, Commissioner Adams?
All right, that's the help. I'm good.
All right. I see Commissioner Powell's raised her hand.
Same topic. So what I just heard is that the special aid, there's no plan on how to spend that. Is that what I'm hearing?
You talking about the additional aid, Commissioner Powell?
The swap out. If $40 million of foundation aid is swapping out the, I don't know how you're pronouncing that acronym, but swapping out some of the CARES Act funds, and that CARES Act funding is going into special aid, does that mean there is no plan to spend it right at this particular moment?
Go ahead, Carlene.
Okay, thank you. So what we're doing currently is that we have been meeting weekly because there are certain guidelines in which we need to follow with which dictate what are the allowable expenditures underneath those funds and how they can be used. So we've been meeting weekly to review what options we have available to us, and we're putting together a plan, and that plan will be submitted to the superintendent for her review and approval, and then we'll bring that forward.
So what I just said is correct. As of right now, the special aid, there is no concrete plan for every dollar of the CARES Act funding.
We don't want to spend every dollar of it right now, Commissioner Tao. We want to, so.
But there's, now,
Go ahead, sorry.
I mean, we understand that the aid does have to be used for special purposes.
Yeah.
We can't not spend it, but we do have time to spend it.
Mm-hmm.
My question is really a kind of a yes/no question. Right now, the plan is not solidified. Is that better said?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
You all set, Commissioner Powell? I don't see any other questions, so we'll move on with our agenda. I would note that a gentleman by the name of Ed Donnelly, he's from the Friends of RIA. He indicated that he submitted a request to speak tonight. I'm sure something happened that I can't explain right now. I can tell you, watching, we have a great staff that tries to make sure that everybody who makes a request gets an opportunity to speak. I apologize for whatever happened such that you're not able to. I forwarded your statement, Mr. Donnelly's statement, to our clerk, and she will make sure that it gets put on board docs and shared with every board member, as well as our superintendent as well. Madam Clerk, were you going to say something about that? I saw you looking like you were going to say something.
Yes, I'm not sure what happened there. I did receive also a message from Commissioner Malloy regarding the same thing. I did not receive anything to the account that I believe, but I'm going to double check, and we'll reach out to Mr. Donnelly tomorrow to rectify things. But everyone should receive that to their email in 5 minutes. I'll do that right now.
Absolutely. Again, Mr. Donnelly, we're not sure exactly what happened, but we appreciate you notifying us of that. And should you ever have the occasion to want to speak again, I'm certain, given our staff's past practice, you will be able to get through. Next item on our agenda is the consideration of resolutions, so 790. I'm going to attempt at best to do my best to sort of block these together. If I make some mistake or someone has another way of considering these resolutions, please feel free to interject and let me know how we can do it better. I'm first going to call for a motion to discuss resolutions 743 to 752. These are teaching and learning resolutions. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Thank you. Seconded by Commissioner Malloy. Are there any questions or comments regarding what are largely additional pay resolutions? Looking at my participant. Yes, Commissioner Malloy?
Yeah, sorry. I didn't.
That's right.
So just a quick question about resolution 752. I just am wondering if there's anyone who could give us a little bit more explanation about the 12 days of anti-racist leadership work and what that's going to entail for the pipeline training. It looked really interesting to me, and I just wanted to know maybe a little bit more information about it. As many of you know, the board is looking to incorporate anti-racist and anti-bias training as part of our onboarding process for board members. And so I'm wondering if anyone can give me a few more details on that.
Dr. Morris?
Actually, I'm going to defer to my colleague, Dr. Green, to answer that question.
Okay.
Good evening again, commissioners. So that resolution is regarding our P20 grant. That's a partnership with the Leadership Academy and Bank Street. And part of the process is that we have to have a partnership. And so NYCLA is that partnership. And they have done in the past training around anti-racism. And they have been working on a curriculum for the past few years that will be used for this current cohort. Certainly, if you would like access to that curriculum, I can get some copies of the material to share.
Thank you so much. I think the board would appreciate that as we go into discussions around this issue. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Green. Thank you, Commissioner Malloy. I see Commissioner Powell has raised her hand.
I'm sure that our clerk got it right. I just wanted to correct the record. It was Commissioner Malloy who moved it and I who seconded it, and you stated it the other way around.
Record has been correct. Thank you very much.
I know it's tedious, but.
No worries, no worries. Next, any other questions or comments regarding resolution 743 to 752? I see no further questions or comments, so let's go ahead and vote, please. I'd ask my colleagues to make sure your video cameras are on. And
President White, I just wanted to let you know that Commissioner LeBron is back. You did ask to know.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. So let's go ahead and take that vote on resolution 743 to 752. All those in favor of resolution 743 to 752 indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Madam, any nays? Madam Clerk, you have recorded that vote. Commissioner LeBron, the reason why I asked for our clerk to notify us when you were back in the room is I know you indicated this was a very busy evening for you and you had a number of commitments that you were trying to do your best to address simultaneously. So we wanted to make sure you were there for one particular resolution. Are you still going back and forth to meetings? I know you had a very hectic schedule tonight. You good?
No, I'm done. And I had emailed the board clerk and probably should have copied you and Vice President Elliott in, so that is my fault. But the schedule that I would be leaving for an hour in between this meeting, but I'm back.
Okay, all right, great. Just wanted to make sure. All right, so let's just continue on with the normal order of the resolutions. Next before the board is resolution 753, which Dr. Nelms is very interested in. That relates to EOP teaching and learning. Is there a motion to advance 753 to the floor?
Motion.
Second.
I think what I heard was Commissioner Malloy and seconded by Commissioner Clark. Any questions or comments regarding resolution 753? I don't see any, and I'm looking at the participant screen. I don't see anybody raising their hand, so let's go ahead and vote. All those in favor of resolution 753 indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? I see a couple folks laughing.
John's laughing because he thought I was gonna come. I ain't got nothing for you tonight, Sean. You got it.
Hey, LeBron, you know it's love. We're gonna have to talk. Get our eyes through a screen. Just connect.
All right, well, that's a vote that will go down as a successful one for you, Sean. Next, I need a motion to discuss resolution 754 to 755. Is there a motion?
Motion.
I heard Commissioner Malloy. Is there a second?
Second.
Come on, guys. Thank you, Commissioner Powell. Any questions or comments regarding these special education resolutions, 754 to 755? I don't hear any, Superintendent Myers-Small, so we're going to go ahead and take a vote on 754, 755. All those in favor of resolution 754 and 755 indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Seems that the ayes have it, Madam Clerk. Next before the Board of Education is resolution 757. It's a grant of tenure motion. Any questions or comments regarding resolution 757? Looking at the participant screen, I don't see any questions, and certainly there are no comments.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, go ahead, Commissioner LeBron.
I just want to give my spiel again that I will not be doing grant tenures, voting on them, and that it is nothing personal to the individuals named in the resolution. I don't want anybody to think that these individuals are not worthy of getting grant tenure or anything on their record, but I would again ask that we get the proper documentation and information to make informed decisions around these things. And again, a practice that we did used to have in this district when, prior to the switch over of the administration. Dr. Jallo, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, I did. I was going to say the same thing. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead. You can.
No, I was just going to repeat what you said, that, we were promised an opportunity to look at data supporting the tenure offerings to these individuals. I don't know who has received that as yet, but I do think that moving forward, that practice has to be part and parcel of granting tenure to individuals, that the board has a responsibility to look at the documentation and information that supports that type of a decision.
In that regard, I know our prior human capital leader, Dr. Jallo, you weren't around, but for years, many years, we examined this material and he got it to the point, Harry Kennedy was his name, where it was very detailed. Kalia, you're raising your hand. Go ahead.
Yes, I do want to note that the board did receive the tenure packet last week from Chief Miller regarding the tenure recommendations for consideration tonight.
So when you and I want to again thank, he's no longer with us with the school district, but it was Harry Kennedy, those of you who've been around for a while, who developed this. Previously, we had not had that system, but he developed this complicated matrix, which described the assessments. What I thought was holding things up was, we didn't have some of the traditional measures that we've had in the past because Regents exams and so forth weren't available. And I thought that was Commissioner LeBron's concern. I might be wrong, but I will tell you, thanks to Harry Kennedy, there was a period of time where we didn't have any of that. Now we do. And he, if he's watching, which I doubt he is, he has the board's appreciation, because anybody who was around know that before he began doing it, we didn't have such a system. We have it now. I'm looking at the hands being raised, Commissioner Powell and then Commissioner LeBron.
Yeah, I think there's a substantive difference between what Commissioner LeBron's position and what Dr. Jallo just said. Yes, we are getting the data. We are still getting the data. That data includes their past evaluations. It includes their attendance record. What isn't part of the evaluations, I think, and I think this is Commissioner LeBron's point, is observations, like, in-person observations of teachers' performance in the, and classroom management and what have you. But quite frankly, every school district has to face that, and the state has made some allowances in the evaluation process for that.
Thank you for that clarification. Commissioner LeBron.
Yeah, so actually, some of what Commissioner Powell just mentioned is my position. So yes, I want to uplift that around the observations during COVID, but then also back to what Dr. Jallo is also talking about, and she can speak for herself. So Dr. Jallo, please feel free to, is that there is some more comprehensive data that should be provided before we're making these decisions for the for tenure. And yeah, Van, you're right that our previous individual that was in charge of human capitals, at least we got that from that individual, and it was a very comprehensive system. I would imagine that Harry Kennedy had for this board, and we have not been getting that. But in addition to getting that data, we actually used to go into executive sessions before we went and voted on tenure. And those things were presented to the board in packets for all of them. It did not matter if there were 10 or 50 or 100. We went into executive, we had conversations, we went over it as a body. Any questions for individuals who had lower rankings and why they were still being moved forward for tenure, what improvements they've done. And the chiefs would also present, right, why they were backing that with the superintendent. We're not getting any of that. We're just getting, up until this last week, where we're getting some information. We have been voting on tenures without any information, blindly, during a pandemic, not understanding how these evaluations are occurring or not occurring. So Commissioner Powell was right. That was one of my concerns that I have uplifted multiple times. Like, if the administration can demonstrate to me this is what we're doing in lieu of, and this is how we're measuring it, but nothing that I just mentioned at this point is occurring the way that we used to get it, and that's a concern for me. And it should be a concern for you all. And I do recognize that the state has made some exceptions. Commissioner Powell, because I think they're still trying to figure it out too. But, you know, I would encourage the state to look at that because something like tenure is something very serious for me. And we're going to be granting tenure for individuals to be in front of our children for a very long time. And I want to make sure that these decisions are taken just as serious as when we talk about like cultural competency, all those things. It's just a very serious thing. And we should have the data that we need and the process in place to make an informed decision. That's all. But again, nothing against these individuals. So I want to highlight that, President White, because it is none of these individuals' fault that we don't have our system and our act together to give them the tenure that they just feel that they deserve because they've worked towards it. I just want to put that out there too.
Let me just say to move the subject along, and of course we will report back to the full board. Dr. Myers-Small, could we have a conference about this at our next officers meeting? Because the material, the format is there to do this. What I recall, and we've even done them during COVID, what I recall is that we would usually get those big packets when there were a number of individuals up for consideration. When you have a smaller number, like 1 or 2 or 3, it is within the discretion of the board members to say, hey, listen, I need to talk about this in executive session. I haven't heard that, and that might be a very wise thing to do. But it's incumbent, I think, the assumption that I've been operating on when we have a small number of them, that the board members have read that, considered that, and if they feel like a discussion in executive session is necessary when you have a small number of people, and they could call for that. But there may be a need to just systemically always go into executive session. But the reason why we have not, and I know we've done these in executive session during COVID, because the numbers have not been as large. But let's look at that to see if even my recollection is right on that. And we'll report back to the full board about maybe we should just as a standard practice always go into executive session on these. But my recollection is we're not doing it because we don't have the large numbers. And if there's 4 or 5 and they're in the resolution packet like any other resolution, people read the numbers and there is nothing we can do about the fact that during a significant period of time, there wasn't the observations that were done traditionally before COVID. So can we look at that in our next officers meeting? Madam Clerk and Dr. Myers, will you make sure we look at that, report back to the board so at least people know definitively how these are going to be handled? My assumption was we weren't meeting in executive session because there wasn't large numbers. Go ahead.
If you just give me just a moment to respond. I agree. Tenure is a huge and monumental decision. You're making over $1 million investment potentially in the certificated individual. So when you vote on that, you should certainly vote with confidence and authority that you feel comfortable, because the chief of human resources or the superintendent, I ultimately make the recommendation to all of you. So yes, I'd like to go back. We can talk through process. I know that Dr. Miller is working on something kind of moving forward, but we have more tenure that we need to approve between now and certainly June 30th, the end of the year. So let's talk that through, because I would like you individually and collectively as commissioners to feel comfortable with the process and the vote that you are hopefully casting in the affirmative. So let's talk that through and make sure that we have a process that's agreeable, that you can feel comfortable when we say we're going to grant Amy Malloy tenure, that it has authenticity behind it and your comfort level.
Excellent. All right, so we are at that point though that we have to vote on 757. I don't see any additional comments, so let's go ahead and vote on that. All those in favor of resolution 757 indicate by saying aye. Aye.
I'm sorry, President White. I didn't get a motion and a second for.
I thought that there was. I thought that's why Commissioner LeBron began to speak about it.
No, I don't.
I'll move it.
Seconded.
All right, so it's been moved and seconded. So we've had the discussion. Commissioner LeBron raised an issue with respect to that. We've discussed that issue. So now we'll have the vote. All those in favor of resolution 757 indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Nay.
Any opposition? I heard one nay. Any other opposition? Seems like the ayes have it. All right, let's move on to resolution 759. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Malloy. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. Any questions or comments regarding resolution 759? Same sort of issue, I believe. No, I'm sorry, it's not. It's to appoint to a tenure. Any questions or comments regarding resolution 759? There being no questions or comments, all those in favor of resolution 759 indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? All right, that resolution is approved. Let's move on to resolution 762. This is an appointment to a tenured area. Any questions or comments regarding resolution 762? Commissioner LeBron, you providing that same qualifier?
I do have a question, but I didn't know if we needed to do a motion for it. Do we need a motion for it before I ask my question?
Yes, we do. We do.
Motion.
Thank you, Commissioner LeBron. Second. Thank you, Commissioner Malloy. Now a question or a comment, Commissioner LeBron?
Yes. I just wanted to understand this position and also if it was already in the budget for this year or if this is, yeah. If this is a hire within this last the 2021, 2022 budget.
Dr. Morris, can you take that or would that be Dr. Miller?
I believe Dr. Miller could best provide information about this.
And then also, oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Miller, also if you can share what the position is.
Sure. So yes, this position is budgeted. This is a position under the Chief Academic Officer, the Executive Director of Equity, Inclusion, and Curriculum Program Audit. This is a very important position for the district to partner with the Office of Professional Learning, to partner with the curriculum coordinators and the Chief Academic Officer to coordinate, consult, guide, support, and assist schools, departments, teams in working with internal and external stakeholders to ensure equity and inclusion. Further, to consult within the district with all of our offices and teams, particularly teaching and learning, to ensure that issues of equity, social justice, anti-racism, and diversity differences in relationships concerning staff, students, and families are addressed. Further, to assist the district with the development of an equity and instructional plan, and also to assist in auditing our curriculum to ensure that not only our curriculum, our texts, our textbooks, and the adoptions of any new texts are thoughtful and reviewed for the purpose of diversity, equity, and inclusion, and to ensure culturally relevant practices and content is examined and addressed across all grade levels and content areas. There are other duties as well, but I think that provides a pretty broad overview.
I'm trying to pull it up too, and I'm pulling it up from the budget from last year, but the other question I had was, what was the process for selection for this individual? Just curious.
Similar with our district positions, position was posted. There was a paper screening of candidates to ensure they met the requirements of the position. We had some internal and external candidates who were reviewed. We had an interview process of a district-based committee. Given that this is a district position, there wouldn't be a need for a school-based committee, but there was a district-based committee that included key stakeholders, certainly Dr. Morris and Dr. Black. And again, Dr. Black will be the supervisor of this individual.
So I just want to point out though, Chris, I keep last year and this year's budget books together. So they're like literally right here. So I just went and pulled it up because this was an area that I had a lot of issues with last year. And I don't see that title listed as a budgeted position here. And certainly there is one position that maybe could fall under the Office of Culturally and Linguistic Responsible, but it's not at that salary. So I'm going to request for the board question log, if you all can direct me and point me to the page and section and budget line item for the 2020-2021 budget year where this position was budgeted for.
I will note that this individual is not starting, and I just want to look at the calendar here a second. June 28th. So there's 3 days on this year before the new financial year.
Okay, so then just show me where it's budgeted for this upcoming year then. That's my question to the question log, Kalia, if you can point out what page and section it's at. Thank you. And that's all for me.
Thank you, Commissioner LeBron. Any other questions regarding Resolution 762? There being no further questions, let's go ahead and vote. All those in favor of Resolution 762 indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? All right. Let's move on to Resolution 764. Is there a motion?
Moved.
Clark made the motion. I think I heard Commissioner Powell second it. That's how we'll record it. Any questions or comments regarding Resolution 764? I'm looking at the participant screen. I don't see any questions or comments. So let's go ahead and vote. All those in favor of Resolution 764 indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? All right, Madam Clerk, you've recorded that vote. Let's move on to, we're going to bunch together Resolution 767 to 777. 767 to 777. Is there a motion?
Moved.
I heard Commissioner Clark move it first, seconded by, I think, Commissioner Powell. That's how we'll record it. Any questions or comments regarding Resolution 767 to 777? Looking at the participant screen, I don't see any questions, no comments. All right, so let's go ahead and vote. All those in favor of Resolution 767 to 777 indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Seems that the ayes have it, Madam Clerk. Let's go on to operations resolutions 781 to 788. Any question? First of all, let's move that first. Is there a motion?
So moved.
I think I heard Commissioner Malloy, seconded by Commissioner Powell. That's how our clerk will record it. Any questions or comments regarding Resolution 781 to 788, educational facilities resolutions? Looking at the participant screen, I don't see any questions. So we'll go ahead and vote. All those in favor of Resolution 781 to 788 indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Seems that the ayes have it, Madam Clerk. So let's go on to Resolution 789 to 790. Are there any questions or comments regarding resolutions? Oh, sorry, strike that. Is there a motion to advance 789 to 790 for discussion?
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner, thank you. Seconded by Commissioner Clark. That's how our clerk will record it. I see Commissioner LeBron has raised her hand. Commissioner LeBron?
Yeah, just actually comments on both. So for 789, I know that this is our first time having a resolution for a budget transfer and that our CFO did a presentation, but if this could also be a little bit more detail about exactly how much is being transferred and into where. I personally, that's how I would like to personally see budget transfer resolutions in the future so that it's documented how much is being moved, the reason that it's being moved and the why. I just couldn't get that from this resolution, although I remember that our CFO talked about it in previews and did a presentation to the board on it. Just think it needs to be documented. And then for 790, this is the resolution that, again, with the OPEB issue, that administration has not had a chance to meet yet with Dan. My request was Tuesday, and I'm going to ask if we can table that until our state monitor our Dr. Myers-Smalls, and I believe Commissioner Clark, and I think President White, you also agreed to meet with the state auditors and our CFO so that we're all on the same page as an administration and as a board before we move forward with updating the policy and then doing a resolution once the board has had those conversations. But again, unfortunately, our administration and our state monitor were left out of those initial meetings where we all met with the state auditors and groups. And so I just want to put that out there.
So before I characterize that as a motion to table, which would eliminate any further debate, are there any other comments regarding Resolution 789 to 790? Commissioner LeBron, I just don't want to cut off people from commenting about what you said or give them an opportunity. Because well, Commissioner Powell, go ahead.
I would just remind the board, and the reason I would oppose a table is, the only reason I would oppose a table is that last month, the superintendent clearly stated that she felt that a 1 month delay would be adequate, and it has been 1 month. The other thing I would note is that it's not that the CFO and superintendent or Dr. Jallo were left out. It was that the ask wasn't made. So this does appear like a delay tactic, and there has been no agreement that change to the policy is a prerequisite for this resolution to pass.
President White, I just want to respond that I didn't schedule the meetings. I made the request, and for whatever reason that connection didn't happen, but I didn't schedule the meetings. And Dr. Myers-Smalls and Dr. Jallo absolutely want to also, they wanted to be a part of those meetings. They were somehow just left out in the scheduling. I did not schedule those meetings. I just want to put that on the record and not intentionally leave out our state monitor and our superintendent from those conversations. But certainly, my understanding from the state auditors is that we actually do update the policy, then have a discussion as a board to the percentage that we want to move forward to putting in OPEB, the amount, and then bring that forth through a resolution. But again, my request is that Dr. Myers-Smalls, Dr. Jallo, and this is why I asked you and Commissioner Clark to have those meetings with them, not only as witnesses so that we all have the same understanding so that we can move forward in the direction we need to move forward in.
Mr. Powell, why don't you go ahead and have the last word, because I want to move this along.
As I say, if it is the will of the board to table, then I'm fine with that, because we'll get this done before the fiscal year end. But Commissioner LeBron seems to be the only one who believes that the comptrollers said that the policy needed to happen first. The conversation can happen right now. I have a presentation ready and waiting, and the dollar value that we settle upon is negotiable. It is something we can debate and discuss, and I can outline how I settled upon this number, but a policy change is not a prerequisite because the guidelines already exist in a whole series of resolutions. Again, I have a presentation. I can walk every board member through what the guidelines currently are, and it simply needs to be coalesced into a policy statement.
So the issue, however, before the board is, and there hasn't been a motion to table, and I appreciate Commissioner LeBron and Commissioner Powell, no one making that motion to allow us to have this conversation. But I think we've thoroughly covered the various sides. The dispositive issue here is whether Dr. Jallo and Dr. Myers-Smalls should have an opportunity to meet and discuss this with the comptroller's office. And I don't think anybody, including you, Commissioner Powell, don't have any problem with that. Madam Clerk, let me just finish this remark first. The meeting will be scheduled. It's not a major ordeal. It will be scheduled. For some reason, it didn't. People are very busy these days, and we'll get it scheduled. As Commissioner Powell, as you've conceded, we still have time. But both of these folks, and I know you would agree with this, Commissioner Powell, because you know the law and you've been around for a while. Both of these individuals, Dr. Myers-Small and Dr. Jallow, are legally members of the board. We'll get it scheduled. Things happen for a variety of reasons. There's nothing sinister about people not being able to make the meeting. We'll get them at the meeting, and we'll get this thing to a timely vote. Right now, we don't have to debate the merits of it. We just want to make sure that everybody is on equal footing here to consider it, and Dr. Myers-Small and Dr. Jallow are not, because they did not have a chance to meet. So I think everybody agrees that they ought to have that opportunity. So unless there's any further comment or question, yes, Madam Clerk.
Yes, I'm sorry. The meeting is, it's scheduled for next week, Tuesday, but I just want to confirm, is CFO Pierce supposed to attend as well? I just want to make sure I'm certain who should be invited this time.
I would actually, so for me personally, I do feel like the CFO should be there, but I also believe that if Dr. Myers-Smalls feels like she herself can be there, relate the information back, I think I'm gonna personally request that decision be made by you, Dr. Myers-Small, but certainly I do strongly feel that you and Dr. Jallow should be there. But again, my request, President White, is that you and Commissioner Clark, you as well are there, so that you are all hearing the same information, and then we can move forward however we move forward from that conversation.
Sure. So
on the same page, though.
Sure. It's clear that Dr. Myers will decide whether Ms. Pierce will attend. If she wants her there, she'll be there. If she doesn't, for whatever reason, she won't. I've committed. I know Commissioner Clark is committed to attend. I even think I got an invite by somebody who was arranging the meeting. So confirming what our clerk has said, the meeting is in the works. But we'll let Dr. Myers-Small determine whether Ms. Pierce appears. I don't need to have that resolved now. That's up to you, Dr. Myers. Commissioner Powell, let's move this issue along.
Last question then, if a motion to table is coming before you, can that date certain be something before our next business meeting in a special meeting agenda? If the meeting that is being scheduled for Tuesday, there's no reason to wait another whole month.
So let me make sure I understand your ask here. Do you want it to set it for a date certain, which is what we normally do for a motion to table, but you want it to be before the next business meeting?
Correct. There's no reason to wait.
Is that right, Commissioner Powell?
Next meeting, if the meeting in question is next Tuesday, there's no reason to wait an entire month.
I would actually disagree, because I think that once you all meet with the state auditors and come up with a plan, then we are going to need the time to have that plan developed. I just want to put that out there.
Commissioner Braun, let me remind you, we have Robert's Rules of Order. We don't speak unless you're recognized by the chair. Commissioner Powell had the floor. Commissioner Powell, were you finished? Commissioner Powell, were you finished?
Yeah, I was finished. I just want to make sure that when a motion to table comes before you, that we have clearly established that date certain.
So, Madam Clerk, we are scheduled to meet. Right now, it seems to be set for Tuesday. Is that right?
No, you're not scheduled to meet next week, Tuesday, because there's no meetings next week.
No. I meant the meeting with Dr. Jallow and Mr. Clark.
Oh, yep. You're scheduled for next week, Tuesday.
And
it's an afternoon meeting.
Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to be very specific about this, Commissioner Powell. If we're meeting next Tuesday, you're saying you don't want to wait until the next business meeting. You want to wait until the next available meeting, most available meeting. Correct. Is that right? Okay. Commissioner LeBron, I see you raise your hand.
And again, I just want to repeat the same thing I just said, that I don't know what's going to come out of that meeting and what the recommendation moving forward. It's clear to me, I was in the meeting with Commissioner Adams. I think he and I got the same thing, because we did a summary to make sure we were all on the same page, and I took lots of detailed notes. but it's clear that other commissioner had a different kind of outcome from that meeting. But I do, constantly reach out to the state auditors to ask questions about these things. And so again, I think it would be beneficial, but I do think that there's going to be some additional items that we're going to have to do before it's brought forth again through a resolution. And that if we just rush it to the next Tuesday meeting, that we're not going to have the actual time to do the work in between to get it to a resolution. I don't think it's unreasonable to say a month from now, and then whatever needs to happen, whether it's reviewing the policy again or having conversations as a collective board, not one board member, as a collective board with the administration to finalize what that percentage is going to be, then it comes before the board through a resolution. But Dr. Jallo, I would love your opinion on this topic as well, if you don't mind.
Commissioner LeBron, you are not chairing the meeting. I have not seen Dr. Jallo raise her hand. If she does, I absolutely will call on her. The question is not whether at this particular juncture, whether this particular resolution has merit or not. It's a procedural question. And simply what is being proposed by Commissioner Powell before we make a motion to table is that we meet with Dr. Jallo, Dr. Myers-Small, and Mr. Clark with the Comptroller's office, and that the motion to table will adjourn it to the next available meeting. That does not mean we will vote on that day. There might be some discussion that would indicate there are other things that have to happen before we vote. All a motion to table is doing is taking this resolution and giving it a date certain to appear before the body. Doesn't mean we'll vote. There may be legitimate reasons why we should not vote. But I think Commissioner Powell's request that we have the motion returnable to the resolution, returnable to the body, as soon as Dr. Jallo and Dr. Myers have had a chance to consider it, to see where we are at. We should not wait a month for the next business meeting to find out, wait a second, there's more work that has to be done before the board will approve it. So that's the only reason behind the motion to table, to get it back before the body. We may vote, we may not.
President White, I need to intervene here for a moment. I was trying to let people talk a little bit, but this is Commissioner LeBron's motion to table. So whatever date she picks is the date you have to vote on first. If it's defeated,
Steve, she hasn't made a motion to table yet.
She actually did make a motion to table early, and then we talked around it. But she did say she wanted to table. That's a motion to table. So she didn't pick a date at that time, but it is still her motion to pick the date for. And then we vote on it, and then because normally it should go straight to a vote. And you guys want to talk a little bit, and that's fine. We have some relaxed rules here, but it was her motion in the genesis of it, and so we should move just on 790 for the moment to vote on it, because there's been a lot of talking. But if it was, you can ask her what date she wants to move the table to, and it sounds like it's going to be the next business meeting, but we should just get to a vote now. And if other people don't agree with moving it a month, that's fine. They'll defeat it in the motion, but we should go to vote at this point. There's been too much talking on the motion.
I want to clarify something for the record, and you can play the recording. She never said, I'm making a motion to table. She says, I want to talk about this. I don't think we should talk about this now. I said, I think what I'm hearing is perhaps a motion to table. But before we do that, let's talk about that, because a motion to table goes directly to a vote. That's how the conversation went. There was never a formal motion. I characterized what she said, but I said, before we do that, because a motion to table goes directly to a vote, let's talk about this. Now, you're right. She can make the motion right now, and it would end the conversation, but it would cut off people. It would have cut off all this good conversation that we had. But Commissioner LeBron, he is right in the end. If you make the motion.
I'm making a motion to table, and I'm gonna motion to table and actually do it on the May 18th Finance Committee. It can come back up there on that date.
So Steve, let me point out one other thing. Not only was there not a motion, but there was never a second to the motion. So there's never,
there wasn't to that motion.
Commissioner LeBron, please.
It's a motion to table. It goes right into vote. There is no additional conversations.
Commissioner LeBron, there isn't even a second to the motion. That was my point.
Because you have to allow it. You're not even supposed to be talking. I motioned to table to bring it back up May 18th. Can I get a second? That's how it works. It goes to a vote. Steve, does it not go to a vote after the motion is made? I made a direct motion to table. gave a specific date. It goes directly to a second and to a vote.
Commissioner LeBron, I am the presiding chair of this meeting. Please let me do
But I
my
had the
job.
floor. You called on me. I had the floor. Robert's rules. You called on me. I made a motion to floor until May 18th. Can I get a second? There's no conversations after that. Can I get a second?
Commissioner LeBron, this is really not necessary. So to move things along, is there a second to Commissioner LeBron's motion, which is my job as chair to call for a second? Is there a second to Commissioner LeBron's motion for table? And a second to Commissioner LeBron's. All those in favor of Commissioner LeBron's motion to table to what was the date, Commissioner LeBron?
May 18th, which is before the next board business meeting, but on the finance side of things.
All right, so there has been a motion to table. It's been seconded by Commissioner Adams to May the 18th. All those in favor of the motion to table indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
It appears that, and Madam Clerk, you correct me if I'm wrong, the motion has failed. Now, Commissioner Powell, do you have a date that you would like to have a motion? You agree that this should be tabled, is that right?
I'm agreeable to that. I would offer, since that motion did fail, I would offer a motion to May 4th, which is our next meeting.
There's been a motion. There's been a, is that correct, Madam Clerk? We want to make sure we got the dates right.
That's
May
correct.
4th?
Seconded.
Okay, there's been a motion, and there's been a second to table this particular resolution to May the 4th. There's been a motion and a second. All those, and then there's no conversation. Now that the motion is properly before the board, all those in favor of tabling this particular resolution to May the 4th indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Seems that the motion has been tabled to May the 4th.
Nay, yeah, I'm going to vote against this, so nay.
I'm sorry.
Please
I am
document that
very.
Nay for me as well.
I am very sorry. I am very sorry, Commissioner Adams and Commissioner LeBron. I apologize for not recording, having the clerk record your negative vote. So please excuse that. All right. So that you all helped me get myself back on track here. That was resolution 789, correct?
That was 790. You have 789 is still open on the floor.
Yeah, so 789 and 790. So 789 is still left open. Is that what you said, Steve?
Yeah,
All
that's
right.
correct. Yep.
Thank you very much. So any questions or comments regarding 789 since 790 has been tabled to May 4th. Thank you, Steve. I'm looking at my participant screen. I don't see any hands being raised, no questions or comments. So let's go ahead and vote on resolution 789. All those in favor of resolution 789, which, by the way, I want to affirm, I think what Commissioner LeBron has recommended on that resolution is critical. Some more detail would be helpful. Thank you, Commissioner LeBron. All those in favor of resolution 789 indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposition? All right, the ayes have it. One other resolution that is before the board, it was advanced by Commissioner Powell. It is labeled 791. Commissioner Powell, because some board members may not have it, I know it was discussed earlier on. Could you just again refresh our memory with respect to what 791 is about? And then I'll make a motion to come before the board.
Yes, it's just a reminder.
Can you go ahead and describe it again?
Sure. It's just a reminder that there's a one-word technical change to the bylaws. It did clear the policy committee, but because there is some interest in bringing more changes to the bylaws, I wanted to clear the decks and get this moved tonight. And we did already suspend the policy 2410 to make that happen.
Thank you, Commissioner Powell. I now need a motion to advance for discussion resolution 791. Is there a motion?
I'll move.
I think I heard Commissioner, seconded by Commissioner Malloy, or that's how it will certainly be recorded. Any further questions or comments regarding resolution 791? I don't have my participant screen up. Let me get that up. Yep, there we go.
I'm so sorry, President White. Can you read? I didn't have the screen up, and I had the resolution up. Can you say who motioned? I got who seconded.
It was Commissioner Clark, I think, who moved it. Is that right, Commissioner Clark?
Yes.
Is that right? Yep,
That's
thank you, sir.
correct.
And you got the second, Madam
Yes.
Clerk?
Yes, Commissioner Molloy, thank you.
So did we vote? I'm sorry, Madam Clerk. No, we did not vote.
No.
So let's go ahead. All those in favor of Resolution 791 indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? The ayes have it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think we've conducted our resolution business for the evening. There is no unfinished business. There is new business. Why don't we begin with Commissioner Malloy? You were going to discuss the in-person meeting.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Good evening again. Thank you. With the fairly recent return to in-person or hybrid learning by many of our students and most of our teachers and staff members, there have been or has been much community discussion surrounding whether or not board members should begin conducting in-person committee meetings as well, and business meetings. So my initial response as governance chair was to ask for in-person meetings. If other employees are back in buildings, shouldn't we as board members be back as well in order to set a good example? That was sort of my thought process. I'm under the impression that many of my board colleagues may have had similar feelings in this regard. At our last governance meeting, as well as revisiting this topic briefly, even last week, I agreed to look into this with administration and board staff to consider the legal, administrative, and county health implications of coming back to in-person meetings. So last Thursday, I had the pleasure of meeting with our board staff, members of the executive cabinet, Dr. Myers-Small, and our district communications chief, Marisol Lopez, including our security chief, our operations chief, just in order to brainstorm logistics for various scenarios on this issue. Subsequent conversations via email over the weekend have helped provide me with a clearer, just clearer information to present to the board tonight for discussion. And so I'm hoping that we can come to some sort of resolution or decision on this issue. So the question is, should we meet in person beginning as soon as possible, or do we continue to conduct our meetings remotely, at least through the end of the school year? I do hope that by the end of our discussion that we can do some type of straw poll, that we can get input from all of our board members on where they stand on this, and as well as possible recommendations from Dr. Myers-Small and her staff, perhaps most importantly from the board staff and our communications department, upon whom we are completely dependent when it comes to the execution of meetings. Bottom line, they make all the magic happen for us, and I'm hoping we aren't adding to their many responsibilities. So we've had many recommendations, including those from auditors from the state comptroller's office. There were suggestions. These suggestions have been vetted and discussed with our communications chief and board staff. There were suggestions about how to more effectively run our meetings, for instance, via Zoom. One of the suggestions was pre-recording the speaker's comments. And while initially this seemed like a really great solution and that we would save time on connection and sound issues, it actually would create an immensely heavy lift for our board staff, adding to their many responsibilities. But prior to discussing any of these types of suggestions, I'd like to have a few things laid out as related to our current board bylaws about meetings and the governor's executive orders about public meetings during the pandemic. So to help us walk through this more efficiently, I've asked Acting General Counsel Steve Carling to provide an overview of the issue and facts surrounding all of this so that we can more robustly engage in discussion. So thank you, Councilor Carling.
Good evening, everybody. It's as you know, the governor continues to roll forward the 30-day exemption to the public officers law, which requires for in-person meetings. We have received recently some guidance from the head of the State School Board Associations, the general counsel for them, that it looks like the governor's going to intend to do this for quite some time, just in baby steps, unfortunately, but that it appears that the pledge to, at least from what he's hearing, is it's going to be through as long as there's a pandemic was kind of the colloquialism we were told, but certainly it's looking like through the end of the school year. So that does take, at least for the moment, it takes some of the pressure off. I have poked around a little bit I talked to my colleague, my counterpart in Buffalo. They attempted to go back in person not that long ago. They had a lot of problems, so they're back to fully remote. And from what I can tell, it looks like Syracuse is still fully remote as well. So, as far as guidance on that point, anything we'd want to do would be, somewhat dependent on how many board members are willing to come back, or if any of their medical restrictions. I don't want to talk about that in public session right now by any means, but these are our considerations. And then, certainly things that, the big questions that come up are ones that others in the administration can talk about, but, spacing and, where are we going to put people and who gets priority as far as who comes in the room? Because even 3A, 3B, when you start spacing people out, is not that big when we start spacing everybody out by 6 feet. So, but at the moment, at least I can say that, we are in another 30-day cushion. There's not a rush to bring people back. I would note that the adults are somewhat different than the kids. As far as the restrictions on spacing, there's no relaxation. The 3 feet rule that applies to students, for example, right now in elementary, if we get out of red zone, it would go to the secondary too. That doesn't apply to the adults anyway. It's 6 feet and masked and distanced. And so, I would say that even if the board members are sitting at the dais, they'd have to be masked, even 6 feet apart to meet the current recommendations, which could make operating as far as, being able to hear people could be challenging. Just another consideration that just kind of things keep rolling along as we dig into them. But that's kind of my broad strokes overview from what I've seen legally. We don't really need to get too deep into the bylaws until we start considering once we say we want to come back, we have to start worrying about what's in there that might restrict number of people not reporting in via Zoom or in some other way, because right now we only allow the one. We'd have to have some kind of a temporary suspension of the bylaws on that, but I think it's premature to have that discussion until I'm hearing that the will is to have everybody back. But again, your other Big Five colleagues are at that point not doing that. So,
thank you so much, Mr. Carling. I do see some hands. Just one hand now. Commissioner Clark, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Steve, because he answered a lot of the questions that I had. But the other issue that I have is the fact that we seem to get a lot more attendance and a lot more participation going remote. And I would hate to see us lose that. While I'm in favor of in-person meetings, I would hate for us to lose the parent participation, the community participation. And if we did finally decide to go back in person, we would definitely have to keep the remote option in place so that we can have the participation as broad as possible.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. Would anyone else like to weigh in with their opinion? I'm looking for hands here. Oh, I do see Commissioner Powell, or I'm sorry, did I miss you, President White?
No, I can't raise my hand as I am a host. So whenever you want to call on me, that's fine.
Okay, perfect. Commissioner Powell, go ahead.
I just want to piggyback on what Commissioner Clark just said. I think that it might be a good idea to have a Zoom link and monitor for speakers and parent, for so they can participate even after the entire COVID scare is over. I think that is a terrific solution to parents who don't have transportation, for parents who can't haul their kids back and forth, whose kids need to be in bed. I think even when we come back to in-person meetings, that we ought to consider keeping a channel open for those who sign up to speak to do so via Zoom.
Thank you, Commissioner Powell. Yeah, I wanted to just piggyback on that. I was feeling the same way. Accessibility is so key. I do notice, now it's time for President White. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I agree. I think we've learned something through COVID, how to expand opportunities for people to participate. So I think we should take that burden and really maximize it as a blessing and continue to do as Commissioner Clark has suggested, use that format. Just for a personal note, I'm okay. I mean, if the issue is, are we, is it our personal position to be willing to come back? I am, but I got to be honest, I may be differently situated than others. I've been vaccinated. I'm what they call fully vaccinated. And I think people have to take that into account, and I will tell you, it's no secret, you could have a loved one who, has COVID. And the question is, what's the transferability of that? So there's a lot of questions that, I could decide I'm okay with it, but somebody might not. I have family members who have COVID. People might be wondering, well, Van, okay, you're free, but that doesn't mean you can't be a carrier, right? CDC guidelines say I can go anywhere I want now, but I could be a carrier, right? So I don't know how straightforward of an issue this is. If you're asking us individually, and you said a straw poll, would I be willing to come back? The answer to that is yes, but I understand that I'm part of a larger organization, and some people might feel a little bit different about my willingness. And I trust me, I appreciate that. So I don't, sort of the cart before the horse, which comes first. I realize why you might want to do a straw poll, but if I say it, I don't know I'm just picking on Commissioner Clark, and don't answer this, Bill, but how might he feel about my willingness? And, and Bill, I'm not asking for this. I don't know if he's been vaccinated. I don't know if he's had it. So Commissioner Malloy, you have a very tough job, and I appreciate you tolerating my answer, but it's a very complicated situation. But if you ask me in my poll, I would say, yeah, I'm coming back. I'd be willing to come back.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Is there anyone else who would like to weigh in? We haven't heard from all commissioners. Any other thoughts from commissioners? I don't see. Oh, go ahead. Commissioner Adams, did you? Oh, your hand is raised.
So you have heard from commissioners. We talked about this the other day. I explained to people, I've never been not in person. I have a job, regular job. I've worked throughout the thing. So it's not an issue with me. This is an issue that's being driven by people who probably ain't even going to their job. Really, they're not even going to their job. They're using sick time and staying out, and they got that going on. It's a lot of chaos going on. I really hate for them to get me to start talking. I've really been on the down low. It's a lot of stuff. I know I'm in the building more than any commissioner because I work overnights. That's why I can be. I ain't trying to downgrade y'all, but I don't work in the daytime. That's why I go in them buildings. I'm in there 3 or 4 hours a day. I'm telling you, it's a lot of stuff driven, trying to be done for the wrong reasons. And with that, I'm clear, man.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. Let's see, let's look. Commissioner LeBron, did you want to weigh in at all?
Nope, ditto to what Mr. Adams just said.
All right. I know I'm certainly fine with coming back, just having been in school since September in person with my own students. I'm also vaccinated. So I have no problem going back, but I think that it's really a matter of reaching a consensus as a board. And I don't know, I think it's fairly clear. Are we going back, or are we, what are we doing here? Anyone? Go ahead, Commissioner Powell.
I'm just going to propose, first of all, I'm still a few days away from being fully vaccinated, and you're supposed to wait a little while after that. I think that it might be prudent to let the logistics drive this. And I'm reflecting back on what our general counsel said. If a plan can be laid out and the logistics are sound, parents are able and community members are able to participate via Zoom and not come into the building, so that the only people in 3A, 3B are senior staff personnel who are there to answer our questions, then I could see us coming back in person very soon. I'm still not ready right now, but I'm awfully close. I'm just days or a couple of weeks away from being ready personally to in person based on my own vaccination schedule. But I recommend that we let the logistics drive the timetable.
Thank you. Thank you. And Dr. Myers-Small, if you wanted to go ahead and weigh in.
Thank you, Commissioner Malloy. My input is similar, or it aligns with what just Commissioner Powell said. Our team has been working on kind of pros, cons, the logistics, so it might help commissioners to have just more a fully robust and informed, some information that can help them make an informed decision. So if we have just a little more time, we can get that together, get that to you for your first blush, and then we can get it to the rest of the commissioners.
What do you think a reasonable timeline, Dr. Myers-Small, might be for us in that regard?
I think, Steve, remind me, when does the executive order expire, please and thank you.
It just got renewed. It's currently expires May 19th, but it's been like clockwork every 7 days so far, at least.
Okay.
Extend it.
So if we could really have, because this week is over, so if we could have some planning next week, so maybe the week after that, if we could look at that and get that to you.
Perfect. That sounds great. Sounds great. Are there any other comments at this time? Any other questions? All right. Thank you so much for the robust dialogue. I appreciate it. And I guess we'll revisit this all together. Thank you so much for your time. And I hand the gavel back to President White.
Thank you, Commissioner Malloy. We have one other matter for new business. Commissioner LeBron, would you care to lead the board in the discussion regarding its reflections on the proposed 2021-2022 budget?
Yeah, so if anybody wants to give feedback now would be the time. I'm going to be working with staff next week to develop the memo and certainly be following up with our CFO and administration on anything that they've heard throughout the budget process that they want to address. So I see one hand up, and that is Commissioner Clerk.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner LeBron. I think it's been a very robust process. I just want to commend the team for doing such an outstanding job and taking all of our concerns into consideration and working on those. But I do still have some concern, and that is the fact that even though our foundation funding was increased, we still have that structural deficit. And and while we can't eliminate it right away, we need to come up with a long-term plan as to how we're going to eliminate that. And I think we've come a long way in doing that, as far as looking at the teachers pupil ratios and knowing that there is some room there to work with that. And I think that's the type of work that we need to continue to do so that we can get to the point where we're not dependent on any stimulus funding. And I did also have one concern, and that was when a board member indicating adjusting the budget or modifying the budget for a school. And I have a major concern with board members doing that, because we've hired a professional staff. They're doing an outstanding job. They're meeting with the principals. They're meeting with the heads of the various schools, and they're putting their best foot forward. And my feeling is we cannot ask for a balanced budget and then tell the administration how to balance the budget. we need to exercise our fiduciary responsibility and not get caught up in the weeds. Thank you.
Commissioner Adams?
I just want to give out a shout out to the office of the school chiefs for extending an offer for board members to come talk with them and discuss what they need to discuss, and so that I can try to get them to advocate for me, with me. And so I just appreciate that. I never had that. I didn't have that last year. I appreciate it. And so thanks.
Commissioner Malloy?
Thank you, Commissioner LeBron. I think one of the concerns I have just with the current budget book is just I'd like to see, I did put everything on the question log, but I would like to see maybe more specific position codes for counselors and principals, just some type of position code summary. I'm interested in learning more. And that's everything.
Okay. Commissioner Powell, are you trying to raise your hand? Because you're unmuted.
Yeah, I was trying to hit the hand raising
I'm going to
button.
call on you now then.
Okay. Well, since this section is titled Reflections, I would like to reflect on the fact that in this budget, we cannot tell the difference between the budgeted expense for current employees, health insurance, healthcare versus the retired, the pay-as-you-go retiree health insurance. I think in future budget books, I'd like to see those figures broken out. I'd also like to see separated the employee contribution to healthcare versus the district's contribution. And then, so those are my reflections. My questions, because the presentation didn't really identify it, is what is there an increase in the appropriation to deficit reduction as a result of the new revenue stream? That can go on the question log if you like. We've got time between now and the budget vote. And my comments from the last meeting stand. I don't need to repeat myself regarding bus drivers. That's it.
Thank you, Commissioner Powell. Commissioner Malloy?
Thank you. I did want to ask if if it's safe for us to assume, or are we using any of our stimulus funding to cover transportation costs? So I did put that on the question log, but would be interested in knowing what portion of our stimulus funding is being used for transportation.
If it's on the board question log, I'm assuming, oh, President White.
No, that's all right. Again, I can't, thank you, because I can't raise my hand. I wanted to reiterate, I had some concerns about the bus drivers and how those vacancies are being filled, but that was addressed previously. And I'm sure we will talk about it at a future time. And then I had one other issue, and I'm drawing a blank now because I've got somebody texting me. So Commissioner LeBron, if you get some additional comments, maybe I can chime back in later. If not, I'll just talk to Dr. Myers later.
Okay, thank you. I'm actually, if it comes back up, Van, I do want to say, you all have the opportunity to also email Kalia. She and I are going to meet next week just to finalize some things. But I want to reference back to Commissioner Clark's comment. So just historically, what this board has done is it has gone into weeds as a board, and they've done that through the board memo where they negotiate what this reflections is onto the board memo to negotiate with the superintendent. And so we're not doing that with the board memo. We will highlight and uplift concerns that may still be there, but the goal is to move forward. And certainly I will always advocate for the schools that I am a board liaison to, because certainly that my position is that as board liaisons, we should have relationships with our schools. And these are times for us to uplift the needs of our schools. And my experience is, and this is nothing against this administration, but my experience has not been that the administration has schools' best interest at heart. And so again, not saying that this is the case with this administration, but certainly believe that my role as a school board commissioner, as a fiducious person that oversees this budget, is to make sure that my schools are getting their needs met. And if that feels like in the weeds for yourself or this community, then so be it. I will always advocate for the needs of my school, certainly understanding the history, certainly having been a parent in this district for 18 years, a former employee of this district, and now still a current parent, knowing that administration in previous past have not always made the best decisions for our schools. So in my job role as a school board commissioner and someone who has always advocated since the beginning of my arrival on the school board for us to be financially responsible, I will continue to move forward in that regard. And I just share that, and you don't have to respond to it.
I need to.
Choose to.
I
Okay.
need to.
Well, I'm going to call on you. Go ahead, because I'm going to wrap this up right after.
Okay, thanks. I agree with you 100%. That I mean, we're here to advocate for our schools and advocate to make sure they have the resources they need. But we're not here to rewrite the budget. And basically, we hired professionals. We hired top-notch professionals to do a job. And we expect those professionals to do that job to the best of their ability. And what I was saying is, while we're supposed to advocate, we're supposed to push, we're not supposed to, what I consider getting in the weeds is attempting to rewrite the budget that exists instead of advocating for changes in the budget. So I do agree with you, and that was not what I was referring to. I was referring to overstepping boundaries, not advocating and supporting and, doing your role as a commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you. And so Clerk Nesbitt, so thank you for that clarification, because I think I misunderstood what you were saying. But I do want to just point out to you, Commissioner Clark, and to this community, that I agree with you. We hire these professionals, that's my opinion too, and I've had that conversation with this administration. But I've also personally have lived and experienced a time when there was an administration that did not have a balanced budget. And that, I did try to advocate that we change that budget so that we would not have mid-year layoffs a year later. And that's where we ended up at. So, I think for me, it's a different experience than for you coming in, because we have this administration is a much more stable administration, but also different leadership and style. And so I am grateful to Dr. Myers, even when we don't agree, that she's always willing to keep the lines of communication open and come to some understanding and agreement. I will say that. And that has not been my experience up until this point. So I am grateful for, her leadership throughout this budget process, as well as our CFO. President White, were you waving your hand to speak?
Yes, thanks, okay. Commissioner Brown. I did finally remember what I was going to say, and it to Superintendent Myers Small. During your presentation, I think you used the phrase, we have to have our schools in alignment with enrollment. And as you know, it's not going to surprise you, Dr. Myers, that I get concerned when people talk about right sizing and so forth. And we've had some good conversations, healthy conversations about that. I felt a little bit better, though, when I heard the rest of your PowerPoint presentation was more in alignment, if you will, with what I was thinking, that our dollars have to be in an alignment with our enrollment and our needs. And it was clear to me in your PowerPoint that you are spending money to address those needs. You've not only, so the concern I had is that, I hear a lot of people, mostly folks from outside this district, but some good caring public servants inside this district saying right size, alignment with just enrollment. But I have made the point that given the fact we rank 3rd in the country in child poverty, and I heard a crazy number today, the number of shots being fired in the city is larger than New York City. People will look at the fact that homicides are down. When I used to work at City Hall, actually, the number of shots fired has increased dramatically. So we live in an environment where children are dealing with a whole host of issues, most importantly, poverty, in an unprecedented way. So when I hear people say, adjust the dollars to enrollment, I'm concerned that they're not taking into account the significant needs of our children. But again, I want to say, when I listened to your PowerPoint, the latter parts of it, you were very clear about what those needs were and how you were going to dispatch staff and resources to address those needs. So thank you very much for that. Thank you, Commissioner LeBron.
Okay, so I'm going to wrap up this portion of the meeting. I think administration has heard you all, not only through the deliberations, but tonight. And again, the board clerk and I are meeting next week to wrap up that memo. So if there are any lingering or outstanding issues that you want to highlight in that memo, that's how I do the memo. I know in the past it's been like, we'll pass the budget if you restore these positions. I don't do that in my memo, but I do like to uplift concerns that are still lingering for board members, regardless of whether the budget, goes through a vote and you all vote for it. And I say that because last year, one of the things I highlighted was the cuts that were happening in the multi-language learning department, and did not vote for the budget based on the restructuring and the cuts there. And we'll be advocating over the course of this year, along with the Latino community, to restore positions and be in compliance with the law of what we are legally obligated to provide for our bilingual and multiple language learning students. So just to give an example, so if anything comes up from now until next Tuesday, please feel free to email, and I say Kalia, so that she can gather it all, and when she and I meet, we can finalize that memo. Shelley, did you want to say something? Because I just saw you come on, or no? Okay. All right, well, I'm turning the gavel back over to you, President White. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner LeBron. We're about ready to go into executive session and to have a confidential session with our lawyer. Folks out there have heard me say that when you want to speak to your lawyer, you can do it in confidence. Well, our lawyer, Steve Carling, has seven elected board members, a superintendent who's officially a member of the board, and our Dr. Jallo, who is also a member of the Board of Education. So we have the right, when necessary, to speak to our attorney privately, and we're going to do that with Mr. Carling. But also, I need a motion to go into executive session for the purpose of discussing a particular employee.
Motion.
And thank you, Commissioner Malloy. Is there a second?
Second.
And seconded by Commissioner Clark. Motion was made by Commissioner Malloy. All those in favor of going into executive session for the purpose of discussing the terms and conditions of a particular employee indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? So we're going to go into executive sessions. For those of you I call RCSD gladiators, for those of you who are still watching, we're going to go into executive session, discuss some things with our lawyer, discuss a confidential matter regarding certain employees or employee with our senior staff here. Then we'll come out of executive session, not going to be voting on anything, I don't think. And then we'll take a survey, and that'll be it for the night. So we would encourage you all to go and spend some little time that is left with your family and have a safe and secure night. So on behalf of the Board of Education, good night, and thank you for joining us tonight. Right, I don't know if there are any RCSD gladiators who are sticking around to see us after executive session. As I promised, there's nothing that we're going to vote on. The only thing we have to do is take a survey. You all may recall we take these surveys to sort of monitor our progress in terms of working as a team and working efficiently. So our staff is going to put up a survey, which I don't think you can see, but periodically we do share the results of those surveys with the public. So we'll take it right now.
1 second, President White, we got to take away your co-hosting ability real quick.
Oh, right, that's right.
Just need a little bit of time before you can.
Does that mean our survey gets cleared out?
Yeah, your survey is going to get cleaned out. I'm sorry about that.
Oh, starting over?
Yeah, please don't.
Oh,
that.
Is it there?
No.
Oh, we're going to restart.
We're going to restart, sorry.
Yep, no, all right, no worries.
Mr. President, while we're waiting for the survey, I want to tell you, our board clerk is fantastic.
He is. Fantastic.
I never would have tried to text her during an in-person meeting, but she's been able to respond to text messages asking for her, to capture questions or ask for additional information. And it's been terrific. I'm just kudos to you, Kalia.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
You're absolutely right, Will. She's done an exceptional job. Multitasking at its best.
All right, it should be back up for everyone.
Yeah,
it?
Yeah, I see it. I'm on number 7.
Okay.
All right. How are we doing, Kyle? Yes.
Still waiting on a couple more.
All right.
One more, actually.
Will, it's still working. You can see.
Sorry.
You need to just
You have to call
your tongue out on the side. You're right.
I'll tell you what happened. I found myself staring at the screen, not even reading it. Like, I don't know what I'm doing. I think I'm actually tired. This,
I think that's what it is.
when Van describes us as gladiators, I give him 2 thumbs up. Like, I can outlast y'all. Not tonight.
Right.
All right.
I'm falling asleep in my chair.
That's it.
I need the motion.
Moved.
Commissioner Clark has moved it, seconded by who? Commissioner Powell, did you say second? All right, that's how to be recorded. All those in favor indicate by saying
Aye.
aye. Good night, everybody. Be safe.